And we now move to item 14. And just to be very clear, the item 12 as it passes is without the automatic renewals, as it was expressed by staff, just to put that on record. Moving to item 14. It is a resolution authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute a professional services agreement with Schneider Electric to provide professional services for design, build, maintain services represented in Phase 2 of the City and Port Joint Domain Awareness Center project. Madam Chair and members of the body, I am showing 149 speaker cards.
Oh, my goodness. With 149 speakers, if we did our usual 2 minutes, we would be here for about 6 hours. So, but we can't stay that long. So we'll have it at a minute and a half. By the way, on many other crowded occasions, we have reduced it to a minute. So I will also ask for those of you who want to, group together or cede time to other people. We are going to, these are the rules, adopted rules of the City Council that these, that we have to consider the time, and so it will be a minute and a half. I think people will be able to get their points across, and it's not like we haven't had a lot of thoughtful comment on this before. So we will have a, Mr. Sanchez, do you want to is there someone who's going to make a staff presentation?
Yeah, yes, Council President Kernahan, there are actually several staff who are here with the responsive items to the questions that were raised by the City Council. I'm simply here to introduce and frame the discussion for the purposes of introducing staff. But if it's the Council's will, you can take public comment first, and then we can give our presentation, or whichever way you'd wish to proceed.
You want it? I would like to hear a little framing, at least, what I think the people in the room are very familiar with what we're talking about, but I think that some people at home do not necessarily understand the facts of what the Domain Awareness Center is and is not. And so if you could frame that, and then we'll get to the speakers very shortly.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm probably not the expert at explaining completely what the DAC is. What I meant by framing is really just covering the basic issue in front of the City Council. If we want to go to staff's presentation, which would address that, we can. They also have the responses to the last item. So okay. I'll start simply by saying I'm Arturo Sanchez with the City Administrator's Office, Council, President Kernahan, members of the City Council. What you have before you are the responsive items to the directions and questions that were provided by City Council at the last City Council meeting at which this item was discussed. I have just a couple of points to make, and to start out with, to be clear, staff is moving forward a recommendation to allow us to adopt a resolution to allow us to enter into a contract with Schneider to allow Phase 2 to continue as proposed by staff. The Council, however, of course, as part of your policy, can choose to allow us to move forward that way, can choose to modify the resolution to either make this a more port-centric system, and that's fully within the purview of the City Council, or can choose to not move the resolution forward and thereby stop the current project in its tracks. From a policy perspective, those are the three options before City Council. And I simply want to frame that as a part of what you are, as you go forward, thinking about those being your basic three options with malleability within 1 and 2. For the purposes of tonight's discussion, I also understand that there's some confusion related to the mayor's letter that was sent out earlier. And I did speak with her directly, and I just want to be clear that the mayor is not saying anything counter to what staff is recommending in our staff report. She is intending to say, allow us to move forward with Phase 2 as recommended by the staff, notwithstanding some of the language that may have been unclear in her letter. So that is the position of the mayor, and staff is ready to give you a presentation related to the questions that you had about which items can be removed or not removed, what the associated costs based on what's in the staff report, and we do have a PowerPoint to go through as many of those items as possible. But again, it's at the discretion of the council how you wish to proceed from here.
How long is the PowerPoint? How long is the PowerPoint? Yeah. Oh, okay. All
20 to 30 minutes, I understand.
What, pardon me?
20 to 30?
You said 20 or 30? No. No, I don't think so. And so and I think the council members.
I can't hear anything. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I am being told by staff that they can cut it to 10 minutes if you wish.
Well, you guys want it? Okay.
Madam President, Madam President, if we could just have staff speak to the inquiries that came out of, if we're looking at tonight as a continuation of the last item, if we could please allow staff to answer the questions that were addressed by council that they were supposed to come back to do, and then hear from the public speakers, please. If we could briefly do that.
All right. So to the extent that the PowerPoint is answering the questions that were asked last time. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll start with Mr. Hassan Beg from DIT.
All right. And I would like to ask everybody this evening to accord other speakers the respect that you would like to be shown when you speak. So I know we have a lot of strong feelings and not all grits agreements. So.
Good evening, President Cunningham and members of the City Council.
Thank you, Mr.
Hassan Beg from Department of Information Technology. And I'm here to present the staff report with the other city and port staff members. We will be using a PowerPoint presentation to go over the key topics included in a bit detail. Port staff members, OPD and OFD first responders will talk about the mission, value, and benefits from their perspective, that how this new technology platform is going to assist in their jobs. The supplemental report in front of you will address the questions and requests for additional information posed by the council members during the council meeting held on February 18th, 2014. So we have a brief presentation. We will go real fast. Maybe we'll go to the last few slides. The overview we're going to talk about is the recap from the last council meeting. We'll talk briefly about the purpose of DAC, more details on how it works, and the key systems from the first responders. What is completed in DAC Phase 1, July 2013. Operational benefits, we'll talk about that. DAC Phase 2, again, what's in the report and in the resolution. The authorization we are seeking. What are the operational benefits for the first responders, and the answers we have included in the report. What does it mean if we need to take out any of those proposed integrations or the existing integrations? Mr. Sanchez talked about the council options, those 3 options. We'll talk in bit detail. And then let me go to the next one. Eric, or Mike, actually, I'm sorry.
Mr. Beg, could you, this purpose of the DAC is pretty repetitive of everything. We know what it's about. Could you kind of go to the focus on the questions that were asked at the last meeting?
Sure. So let me go over real fast on this one. Mission of DAC we already talked about. Benefits of DAC, I guess we have discussed. I was thinking to talk more from the first responders. If it's up to the council, we can skip this slide. Eric, you want to talk real brief?
Yeah, good evening. Eric Brashears, Deputy Chief in Field Operations. I'm going to talk briefly about some of the mission ideas for the DAC, talking about securing critical infrastructure, which is really one of the important major things for the port. And when you look at when we talk about the port itself, we're talking about what's surrounding the port, and that is BART, highways, trains, and then obviously the community as well. And so that's an important part of the mission, is to protect that critical infrastructure. We also provide actionable information. The DAC will for the first responders, a centralized command for city resources, real-time incident monitoring, interoperable communications, proactive status awareness, and also surveillance and sensor processing around the port. And really the benefits, again, common operating picture for first responders, situational awareness, EOC situational awareness, faster and more efficient prevention and response to emergencies at the port, expedite violent and nonviolent crime resolution, better decision making, better deployment, and integration of data systems that are currently disparate. As far as these photos up here, some of the capabilities, you have video analytics and intrusion detection. That is both motion and thermal detection at the port itself. Active incident alarm monitoring, that would be alarms that could be set through CAD and RMS information. When a call comes in about a critical incident, it could set an alert off on the map and allow first responders to be aware of a total operational picture. Crime view data sharing down below is a heat mapping of crime around the port. And then the video cameras that you see at the lower right really talk about the ingress and egress. In case a major incident happens at the port, we have to really facilitate both first responders coming in to assist and also community members, their ability to leave an area that is in danger.
They asked you what it would take to shut it down. That was the question to answer this week. What it would take to take down the shop spots.
Please do not talk from the crowd. Thank you. Please continue, staff.
Good evening, President Kerning and members of the City Council. I'm Darren White, Battalion Chief of Special Operations with the Oakland Fire Department. I want to speak to the operational benefits of the Domain Awareness Center as it relates to first responders and the safety of the community and first responders in general. But I want to start with the example that you see on the screen up here. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to serve as incident commander of an overturned tanker on Highway 880, where we had a substantial incident early AM hours that impeded first responders' ability to get timely information about what was taking place, impeded the first responders' timely access to the location. The value of the Domain Awareness Center in general provides first responders and other entities with common operating picture right out the gate. If we're fortunate enough to actually use the system to integrate with Caltrans and other transit agencies, we have the ability to understand early on what's taking place even before first responders leave the station. The ability to interface with the Domain Awareness Center and our mobile data terminals will give us that situational awareness that we currently lack. The ability to summon resources almost immediately is imperative, depending on whether you have a transportation accident, a natural disaster, or a man-made incident. And the Domain Awareness Center will ensure us with that capability that we currently lack. One of the things that we dealt with early on in this particular incident that I'm referring to earlier about the overturned tanker was identifying what the circumstances were, what danger to the environment, what protective actions were needed early on, and what challenges we had with access to the incident. As I stated, rolling out as the incident commander, I was met with substantial traffic, and that impeded my ability to actually get on the scene, make a great size up, communicate back to fire dispatch what the situation was, notify the other agencies and stakeholders as to what we were confronted with, and it was a substantial delay. And as a result, protective actions were also delayed, which had an impact on the environment at the time as well, because the spill was now leading into the waterways in addition to coming across the highway. So in the event it's a overturned tanker with a chemical or other unknown product, now we have the ability to, with the Domain Awareness Center, try to identify what we have early on for protective actions and for safety of the first responders who are actually responding to that incident. That information can be shared with CHP, it can be shared with law enforcement and other agencies who might be impacted by a situation such as the one that you see up on the screen here. The ability to share that information and implement protective and operational actions, it goes without saying that it's imperative that if we want to maintain our own personnel safety and the safety of the community, that we have early information and early situational awareness. And that's what the Domain Awareness Center will provide first responders.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I can have a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
Deputy Chief,
Battalion Chief.
I'm sorry, Battalion
That's
Chief.
okay.
I got to get these names right. Thank you for your presentation. When you talk about the situational awareness, are you able, with the capabilities that are already deployed in Phase 1, to get that level once activated? In the scenario that you've just described, would that already be contemplated without moving into Phase 2 with the components that are already contemplated and built out in Phase 1 of the DAC?
I believe the Phase 1 components were initial phase, and I don't think they succinctly do what we need to do as first responders to be able to respond to a variety of incidents throughout the city. No.
Okay. When you complete, if you have a follow-up after you go and take a look at the components, I'd like to have that question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next slide. We're just going to talk real brief and quick about the what have we really accomplished in Phase 1. Video wall projection system integration. Now we have the fiber optic connectivity between the city and the port. We have been relying on the leased circuits. Now we have a dedicated secure connection where we can do the information sharing between the city and port. Of course, we have the new technology platform, which is called Physical Security Information Management System. Operational capabilities, we talked before. We have the Port of Oakland security cameras. Those are the 137 intrusion detection system, shot spotter, traffic cameras, approximately 40. And, of course, we have the City of Oakland GIS, Geographical Information System, as the baseline. We also have part of Phase 1 accomplishment is the video conferencing capability, which is linking the state and the regional emergency operation centers. The council asked last time that we provide the list of the cameras. So the list of cameras are included in the staff report. This is just the same list. 14 are already live now. The other remaining 15 are not live. They are going to be live end of this year. These are the 29 city traffic cameras. 15 of them are funded by the ICM Integrated Corridor Mobility I-80 project. The next one is just showing the map of those cameras. We also included the list of non-city traffic cameras. They're also part of a project of East Bay Smart Corridor project. There are only 11 cameras. Moving forward, we talked about the Phase 2 statement of work, which is included in the staff report also, what is going to be integrated. We talked about three things. One is the number of different systems. City and Port, Port of Oakland GIS, Port of Oakland vessel tracking, and Port of Oakland truck management system. The details and the functionality is included, and we'll be more than happy to answer any specific question about the functionality of each of those systems. We also have the included is the 911 call for service. We also call computer-aided dispatch system, police and fire record management systems, emergency operations center notification system, and keeping track of our first responders' assets, which is really the vehicles, police and fire. That's also included, as Battalion Chief White was talking about how critical it is to get the true picture of their resources when they're responding to an emergency. Standard operating procedures, which are really the action plans. They're going to be integrated into the application that will be built into the system, and our first responders will be trained. And also included is the 2 years of maintenance and support for the technology we will be deploying. What we have as far as the IT contract, information technology contract safeguards, so this is our, based on our IT contract best practices, we have included the safeguards to make sure that we protect our investment into this technology and into this implementation. We have the indemnification clause, we have the LD, liquidated damages, in case there are any delays caused by the vendor, and also the performance bond. Phase 2 council options. So Renee, you want to talk about it?
Good evening, President of the Council and Council members. Council options, there are three options, as Arturo Sanchez said earlier this evening, and that is number one is limiting the DAC usage to the port area and looking at any recommendations regarding disablement of any of the integrations under Phase 1. Option 2 is to continue the project, not make any changes to Phase 1 and continue with the statement of work as proposed in Phase 2 and keeping it to the DAC area, or the port area. And option 3 is not to move forward with the DAC project. The staff is requesting policy direction from the City Council. Staff requests Council policy direction regarding Phase 1 and Phase 2 system integrations. In the Council report, we provided numerous pages that talk about Phase 1 integrations, the description and the functionality they provide, as well as the operational benefits to our first responders and to protecting the port. We're also asking Council to give us policy direction on proceeding with Phase 2 and any future policy direction regarding the privacy and data retention policies that have also been discussed as part of this discussion. We are underway with development of the privacy policy and development of an ad hoc committee. I know that staff has taken into consideration the comments made by the City Council members to expand the membership of the ad hoc committee to consider members from all council districts so that it's all inclusive. And staff will be contacting those council members that have not already been contacted to ensure that there's at least one representative on the board or on the ad hoc committee. Also, staff is continuing to develop a product demo with the port that would be provided to the public as well as to the media that basically shows people what DAC Phase 1 does and what DAC Phase 2 would look like. And we're hoping to have that product demo completed within 30 days. The next one is that we will be coming back to the City Council in late April to provide them with the staffing assessment study with at least 3 options related to the staffing, which will be based upon tonight's decision on which way to go with Phase 2. And we will also be coming back to discuss more detailed cost sharing as well as liability considerations that were asked about at the last meeting. And finally, we will be also asking the City Council in late April about grant acceptance for funding to staff the DAC for the 2 years starting in October 1, 2014. And that would also be brought forward for approval by the City Council. The last piece would be if the Council continues to approve this project to move forward, that we would be providing information on information sharing agreements, what that may look like. We're actually in conversations now with various agencies to get samples of what information sharing agreements would look like, and we would bring those back to City Council. Upon direction from the Council this evening, these would be the proposed next steps. That we would kick off Phase 2 this month, by the end of this month, early April, enter into an agreement with Schneider Electric. We would have in early spring the demonstrations that I talked about that would be available to the public and to the media that explains what the system does and what it looks like. We would continue to do public review, comments, and public meetings related to the privacy policy, and the formation of the ad hoc committee would be completed. And this is a committee that I believe staff is looking at recommending that Council look at instilling as a permanent board that would oversee the project and continue to refine the privacy policy should the system be expanded in the future. That we would continue to move forward to do the planning study, discuss the Domain Awareness Center operations and maintenance, and provide options to the City Council regarding staffing and acceptance of grant funding in April, May of this year. We would do a launch, and that what I mean by that is the actual staffing of the Domain Awareness Center, should we move forward, would not happen until October 2014. And then we propose as city staff to continue to bring update reports to the City Council on the progress of the DAC, the accomplishments of the DAC, and also enforcement to ensure that the privacy policy is being enforced at a minimum of every 6 months. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Mr. Mingo. So that's the entire staff report. All right. Ms. Brooks, are you wanting to speak before the speakers? I see your name in the queue. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So the last council meeting, what I understood us to say was that we were looking to make this a port-only domain awareness center, and that we wanted to look at phase 1 and see if there were changes we wanted to make to that. And then we'd look prospectively at how we were going to move forward with just the port side. So I put out a motion that's on the table, and I want to go over it. So I propose that we move the staff recommendation with the following amendments: that the Domain Awareness Center will be only implemented as a port-only approach and shall thereafter be referred to as the Port Domain Awareness Center. To that end, we would remove the following phase 1 integrations. One would be ShotSpotter in the areas outside of the immediate port areas. And the rationale in that is that ShotSpotter is a listening device, and it is in the neighborhoods, and it goes beyond the port requirement. The 40 traffic cameras identified in the supplemental report on pages 9 and 10. And if you read the supplemental report, it tells you that only 14 of those 40 cameras are actually functional at this time. And the notion of the limitation to a port-only facility is that the cameras that are being talked about in the port area are cameras that are already installed. And I want to ask staff, are we adding any new cameras in the port area?
The port does have a project to add cameras to our intrusion detection system that covers the critical infrastructure at the port.
Of the 137 cameras that are mentioned in the report,
correct,
are those new cameras or existing cameras?
No, those are existing cameras. They've been in place for 3 years now.
Okay. And how many more are you proposing to add? And again, are they in the obviously they're in the port area, but how many more?
Right. They would be 10 to 12 cameras added to the system to cover areas that right now need more coverage.
Okay. In the phase 2 integrations, the following items shall be omitted: the police and fire computer aid dispatch or CAD data system, or in the police and fire records management system, the RMS system. The reason that I was removing those items is it is the data that is collected from calls for service and that sort of thing, and if we're not moving forward on the city side, it doesn't make sense at this juncture to have them. That would leave all of the remaining items that are proposed, the GIS system for infrastructure and for vehicles. Number 2 would be any DAC program beyond the port area may only move forward upon the explicit approval of the council. Number 3 is the city, as opposed to the port area, ShotSpotter is specifically excluded from the Port-Only Domain Awareness Center program and may only be included in the future upon approval of the council. Number 4 is that there will be no data or information sharing with any local, state, or federal agency or entity without a written memorandum of understanding. And that has been approved by the council. When I went for the demonstration of the Domain Awareness Center, one of the things that was said by the port representative is that although we don't currently have any memorandum of understanding with respect to the data sharing process, there is an expectation of sharing, and so with that expectation, the council should be very clear in what's shared, and so that's why I included that provision. Number 5, no new systems or capabilities can be added without express city council approval. This includes technological functionalities such as facial recognition, other forms of analytics like gait analysis in which someone can be identified based on the way they walk, or other capabilities that haven't yet been invented but are soon to come. Number 6, a data retention as well as a privacy policy shall be developed by the council-approved advisory body prior to the activation of the Port-Only Domain Awareness Center. Members of the advisory body will be appointed by each member of the City Council. Workflow plans and a budget for the same shall be developed prior to the activation of the Port-Only Domain Awareness Center. One of the things that was clear in the demonstration, there has been much dialogue around the fact that the Domain Awareness Center would be utilized in our day-to-day public safety issues. That is untrue. There are no work plans currently done, and they need to be done before you can implement any of these things, and so staff is in the process of working on those work plans. It has not been mapped out how staff would be utilized or anything else with respect to the day-to-day public safety issues, so we should take that off the table and stop telling people that that's what this is going to be used for. With respect to the contract that's before us, the city administrator is authorized to negotiate a contract with Schneider Electric for professional services for design, build, maintain services that incorporate items 1 through 7 above, and that in 3 months from the date of this approval that staff would come back with a status update. That would be my motion.
All right. I would, Ms. Schaff?
I wanted to ask some clarifying questions about Ms. Brooks's motion. Is this an appropriate time?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. This is moving in a direction that I relate to. I had 3 quick questions. Having worked at the port for 2 years and actually going through tabletop exercises of a simulated port emergency, the first responders to an emergency at the port are the Oakland Police and the Oakland Fire Department. And so for a port-only system, I wasn't clear how that system could work without the CAD data. I don't think that the police and fire records management system is necessary. Those are police reports. That is very problematic. But and maybe the port could respond, or the first responders can respond. But when we simulated like an explosion at the port or an airplane crash, it involved calls to the Oakland Police and Fire Department for response, and the information from people on the ground is going into that 911 system. And so that is the one system that I'm not totally clear how a port system, a system that's designed to help us respond to emergencies at the port, on port property, could function without that CAD feed, which is just the 911, not police records, just the 911 dispatch, if I understand that correctly.
That's correct, and you're exactly right. The computer-aided dispatch is the calls that are coming in. So if you have a major incident happens at the port, you're going to get most likely many calls coming in. Those calls would go to our dispatch and also go to the DAC, and it would give us an operating picture and an idea of what's going on, because we would see and get information on what calls are coming in. It also allows us to know where our officers are. The computer-aided dispatch, as officers dispatch officers, that information is loaded in the CAD and would also be available to us in the mapping and in the situational awareness in the DAC itself. So I see those from the police perspective as being very critical to our response to the port in case of an incident down there.
Through the chair, can I ask a question as follow-up to your question? With the GIS in the vehicles, wouldn't you know where your police are?
The GIS in, I'll let the fire speak about theirs. So OPD, our GIS in the vehicles is not actually running at this time. At some point it will be. That's a process that's still going on as far as the vehicle location. But the CAD information is more than just where the officers are. The CAD information is what calls are coming in about the incident itself. So again, many
you raised the GIS issue. That's why I asked it. Can I ask you one other question about the CAD information? Is that information currently used in a disaster?
It is not. So we have CAD information that's being used through our dispatch, and if it's used in the DAC, we'd have to have some other additional setup to move that information into the DAC itself. It's currently not directly fed into the DAC.
So, and my last question, I'll follow up. When there's an emergency and the OEC or S, whatever we call it, is activated, is CAD data used?
CAD data, currently, we move dispatchers into the EOC, and they're having to relay information from dispatch and put it out as opposed to it being directly sent into the system that we're utilizing to plan for the response.
So can you explain the difference between the two? What's the difference? Either you're going to have somebody from dispatch sitting there live at the time those incidents occur, or you're going to get the same information fed in and get a breadth of information beyond that. I'm trying to, I understand your question, Ms. Schaaf, that limits it to natural disasters and the need for that information. I'm just trying to understand what's the difference.
And I am too. I mean, like, I guess maybe a question, another way to ask my question is, could we provide adequate response to an emergency on port property without the CAD being integrated into the system? Like, how does that impact the functionality of the system for the port?
Well, for us, I'll answer two questions. First question is on dispatch. Dispatchers are not assigned there. And so if some incident were to occur before that information is usable in the EOC, you would have to get a dispatcher there actually to start relaying that information. The calls are not coming directly into the dispatcher at the EOC. They're going into our dispatch center and it's being relayed. What this system would provide to us is an alerting and a capability of having the CAD data go directly into the mapping and the screens that are available for situational awareness. So it goes directly into the screens. We can see what calls are going in. We can see where officers are being dispatched, as opposed to waiting for dispatchers to get there, having one dispatcher call another, having them walk over and verbally state the information, and then potentially type it in. There would be a significant delay in that system versus what this would be here. And I don't know if you want to talk about the other issue.
All right, Ms. Let's say, so I guess Ms. Schaaf, you had the floor. All right.
I guess I can talk real quick a little bit more from the technical perspective. So the mapping system, we have the GIS, the Port GIS, and the City GIS. City GIS is already integrated into the DAC system. Port GIS is part of the phase 2. So the benefit from the CAD data and from the record management system is, again, the GIS is all static information. These are all the different layers of geographic information system, all the different buildings and access and everything. But what it does not provide information is the real-time call for service. There is an emergency, there is a call, there is a response by firefighters or cops. Seeing that information in real time with the GIS into the common operating picture, that's really where it brings the true value. So if the council decides to only localize it to the port area, what's going to happen is in the DAC system, the CAD calls and the record management system will be geocoded and only will be available within the port boundaries. But still there's going to be a significant value for those first responders to see on the map, to look at the assets, look at the cameras in the port area, and look at the call for service, and also looking at the historical information from the record management system. That information will be available in the DAC.
Again, I understand why we don't necessarily need the historical information from the records management system, but the CAD system would be, you know, someone calls 911, I see smoke, I heard a loud explosion, I see smoke coming from, you know, this area, that kind of thing. But and we can address this later. I don't want to delay the speakers too much longer. The other two things, and maybe you can just ponder this as we hear the speakers. I have been very frustrated at the speed with which the privacy policy and data retention policy work has been going. And so one consideration might be to allow the ad hoc committee to start its work while the council actually approves a permanent body that is council created and council appointed. One thing we might consider is having those as parallel processes so that we don't slow down the kind of work that has started. Just a thing to ponder.
You can
and
explain
then
that to me. I'm not following you. You can explain
okay.
to me why the speaker.
It's not a big. It's just a concern about the speed of the process. And then finally, the port currently has hired consultants to develop a staffing plan, and one of the things that we would have the ability to do tonight is direct that when they bring us back a staffing proposal, that it include an option that contains no additional city staff, and that to the extent city staff is utilized with this system, that they have to figure out how to utilize existing city staff. And so that would at least, when they return to us with that staffing report, it would require them to have an option that would not incur a permanent staffing cost to the city of Oakland.
I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I am going to put something out on the floor, too. And I actually liked a number of items in Ms. Brooks' motion, particularly items 4, 5, 6, and 7. I agree with all of those. My motion is different in that in phase 1, my motion leaves in everything that was in phase 1. So the things that Ms. Brooks is asking to pull out are the shot spotter and the 40 city traffic cameras.
Just for clarification, I'm not proposing to take ShotSpotter out of the port areas.
Okay, just out of the city. So anyway, so just to lay out here kind of what the choices are. So I'm saying if it's already in there, you can leave it in there. It's the very specific 40 city cameras, some of which actually don't even work, and there's really only 14 hooked up right now. And then on phase 2, I just specifically enumerated each system that was listed in the staff report and said that phase 2 consisted only of that stuff and nothing else. And also similarly saying that the addition of any new capability or data source, including but not limited to new surveillance or security sensor systems, new components of existing surveillance or security sensor systems, or analytics capability, shall require approval of the City Council, including confirmation of compliance by the DAC and all city and port data sources with the city's privacy and data retention policy, soon to be developed to the extent allowed by law. And then I've got another couple of paragraphs. So mine is basically just not taking out the phase 1 stuff. I also just wanted to make a couple of observations. The staff invited the council members to come over and actually see how the DAC is operating. This is at the Emergency Operations Center, which is a building nearby, which is always used for emergency stuff. And the DAC is really a bunch of fancy video screens up there. And there were 2 just surprising things on that I found out. So we were looking at the ShotSpotter screen, and all it was icons on a map. I mean, it was like so low-tech. I mean, it really was not fancy. And I found out that there is no audio feed into the DAC. So from the ShotSpotter system that we have, which does record audio out there, and you could get it someplace else, it does not go to the DAC. They don't have audio in that system. It's only video. So it could be, I mean, I get that things could happen in the future and all that, and they can do things. But if we say no, the other thing was on the traffic cameras. And they had pictures just like they showed with cars moving down the street, but they were pretty far away. You couldn't see license plates or faces. And I said, could you zoom in on that license plate? And they said, no. The way the system is configured, the operator, listen. It's not, I mean, yes, a system administrator could change that, but the operator who is in there cannot do that now, even now. So they are using it to see traffic flow. They are not using it to do license plate reading. So anyway, so that is what I'm going to be asking to be considered. Now we have all the council members in the queue. Mr. Gallo.
Madam President, I just wanted to make sure that we're clear in terms of what staff is recommending, City Administrator. One is, if you can repeat the options that you listed, for the record. And secondly, your recommendation as a City Administrator. And when I'm saying City Administrator, I'm recognizing that the police chief and the police firefighter chief are in approval of your recommendations. So one are the options and your recommendation.
So through the chair to Councilmember Gallo's question, the recommendation of staff is to allow us to enter into a contract with Schneider to complete Phase 2 as described in the original recommendation by staff. Your options from a policy perspective are to allow us to do that, number one. Number two, to modify it so that it becomes a port-centric or some limited system as described by some of your colleague. And number three is just to not allow us to move forward.
All right. Mr. Gallo, you still have the floor. Mr. Gallo, are you through? Or...
Just wanted to be clear on your recommendation.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gibson-McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we hear from the speakers, I wanted to just redirect on both yours and Councilmember Brooks' proposal, if I can have staff respond, particularly to hear from PD on the first responders' need for the CAD integration in the DAC, whether or not we can activate the level of response if this was a port-only solution with the CAD data. Or did we hear from, just to understand how the CAD data is used? Because I heard you all saying a lot of stuff, but I couldn't really synthesize what you were saying with respect to the CAD.
So the CAD data is our computer-aided dispatch. So when individuals, community members call in with information, emergencies, whatever it may be, that goes into our CAD system. When officers are dispatched and when officers advise communications as to where they're going and what they're doing, that information goes into the CAD system. So currently, that information is out at our communications out in East Oakland, and that information is then having to be broadcast to the EOC and then relayed within the EOC to whoever is there running the incident. What the proposal is to integrate CAD would allow that information to go directly in to the mapping and combine it with other information that we're receiving to give us an overall picture of what's going on. So the CAD data would go directly into that mapping, and we could see what calls are coming in. If somebody's calling in about an accident, shots fired, an explosion, whatever it may be, that immediately goes up, and we have that information in conjunction with the rest of the information we have available.
And then the second thing that's contemplated in the Brooks proposal would be with the police and fire records management systems. And Councilmember Schaaf was asking the question as to whether or not you could bifurcate the CAD from the RMS, or do those need to be together in order to be activated appropriately as contemplated in the use?
I believe you can separate them, but I think, Hassan, you might be able to. I believe you can, yes.
Okay. And can I hear from fire on the same question, please? Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Good evening, Council. Fire Chief Teresa Reed, through the chair. In response to the CAD, did you want to speak to the CAD first?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the CAD, as explained before, it's a computer-aided dispatch, and this is the information that the dispatch comes out on. Currently, our firefighters receive that information inside the rigs on the MDTs. Having it aligned with the DAC will also be able to see the incident that's going on within the city. They would be able to see the resources that's responding to that incident. If the incident is on the port where the cameras are available, they can view that incident and pretty much validate whether we have enough resources responding or not, and then make a request to maybe we need additional resources. So I can see that as a benefit to having a CAD system aligned with the DAC.
So essentially what the DAC then is just, it allows a time savings with respect to the relay of this information?
Correct. Instead of with the cameras incorporated, looking at what's going on within the port, that they could see what the incident is, and then we can have resources responding quicker versus just having that the first initial resources responding and then getting on scene and requesting additional resources.
And then the second thing, Chief, was whether or not you can bifurcate the inclusion of CAD data as contemplated for time saving away from the records management system.
I believe those two can be separated.
Okay. The other question that I have, and I think this is for PD, thank you, Chief, is with respect to ShotSpotter as contemplated in Phase 1. The proposal, I guess, currently under Phase 1, all ShotSpotter activations are now able to be centralized into the DAC. Is that correct? Is that what was included in the Phase 1?
That's correct.
And so, and that includes in the neighborhoods. And if you can speak to the thought behind having ShotSpotter activation in the DAC, and then how the Brooks proposal with ShotSpotter just being activated in the areas around the port. If you can just speak from PD's perspective how those two different things could be deployed.
So on the ShotSpotter itself, with that, if there is an incident that has multiple locations and involves gunfire, potentially gunfire at responding either officers, firefighters, in a large-scale incident that happens in the port, that would allow us to identify where those shots are coming from. The ShotSpotter does not cover the port itself. ShotSpotter covers some of the roads that are leading in and out of the port, but not the port itself. What I don't know in your second question and with the proposal is, are we able to split ShotSpotter so it only covers a portion of the port? That's more of a technology issue. I would think we probably can. I just can't answer that specifically. But from our perspective, it allows us to know, are there is gunfire happening around the ingress and egress towards the port? That could provide us information that is a safety issue for us.
In leveraging the DAC grant to include ShotSpotter, what was the thought behind that, Deputy Chief, with respect to ShotSpotter in the DAC as opposed to how ShotSpotter calls are deployed now?
So ShotSpotter currently is deployed. Some of our officers get access to it in their vehicles. Some commanders get access to it on their desktops, and then our communications gets access to it as well. So that information is available. It comes into our dispatch center. If ShotSpotter is not in the DAC, then we wouldn't clearly see that as commanders who are running the incident and having that overall situational awareness. Again, it would be broadcast that we'd have to document somewhere, but it wouldn't be that increased time that the information gets to us specifically.
Okay, thank you. Hassan, did you want to have a follow-up on the bifurcation of ShotSpotter from the port areas? It is possible, or?
Of course, I guess it's a discussion I need to have with the systems integrator who's going to be implementing the solution. Technically, it sounds possible with the geocoding and with the filtering possibility. But what we have not done is, of course, the Phase 1 integration was done by one vendor. The second vendor is going to do the Phase 2 integration. And as we have included in the report is there is a cost associated with it. There is a funding associated with it through FEMA to pay for that integration. So we need to go back and do a little bit more due diligence on what does it mean to take out that integration which is existing and operational, meaning up and running. And the second one is how do we implement that geo-filtering to make sure that it is only limited to the port area. So we need to do more work.
Okay. Madam President, I said those were just the clarification questions I need.
So I have now Ms. Kaplan, Ms. Brooks, and the city administrator in the queue, and let's have that be it, and so we can get on to the speakers. Ms. Kaplan.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. So if I heard correctly, there was a comment that the vehicle locators are not working. And that's part of why we might now need to purchase yet another technology so that we know where the vehicles are. What is the status of the vehicle locators, and what's up with that?
So currently we have a vehicle location system only for fire department. We are in the process of, actually we're going to come back to the council to seek the approval for implementing automatic vehicle location system, AVL system for police department, which we don't have. It is everything we are doing is in phases. Phase 1, what we have done is retrofitting our OPD vehicles. We have completed that phase. Phase 2 was replacing all the antiquated mobile data terminals. That is also completed. So now we have new laptops for police. Fire, we are in the phase 1 where we are going to replace this existing infrastructure. So fire department has been using the non-commercial existing radio system for the data, not the voice communication, which needs to be replaced with the 4G system. So we are in the process of upgrading their system. What we have is the vehicle location system only for fire.
And it is working, or
it is working,
it is not
yes,
working? And the reason we don't have the ability to locate the police vehicles is because it hasn't been installed yet?
That is correct.
I mean, whereas the dispatch information doesn't tell you where the vehicles are, it tells you where they've been sent to by the dispatcher.
Unless they, of course, they get the information from the officer through radio.
So even doing this, you still wouldn't have live real-time information as to the location of the vehicles?
Not for police vehicles, right. Only for fire vehicles.
Okay. And, you know, and I believe that this answer is the same as last time. The cost-sharing agreement between the city and the port is not yet been written? Is that still true? I know the last time I asked it, it was true. The cost-sharing agreement between the city and the port on who will cover the costs of this system, of malfunctions, of anything that may happen with it, does that exist yet?
You're talking about operational costs when the system becomes operational?
Operational costs, liability costs, repair costs, staffing costs?
It's all to be developed in the operations and maintenance agreement, which would come along with the Port Security Grant Round 13 recommendation in April, I think is what we're targeting.
So, you know, I think sometimes our first responders are put in a hard place because they are expected to respond to incidents at the port as part of the city. But from a budget perspective, the port does not consider itself to be part of the city. And so when the port has added revenue, that added revenue does not come to the city side, and the port budget is separate from the city budget. So even though for our police officers, they do have the responsibility at the port, but we don't have a shared budget between the city and the port. So the question of who will pay when the equipment breaks, who will pay for the staffing, I'm guessing the 2003 legal settlement regarding the incident at the port in the spring of 2003 was paid by the city and not shared with the port. So the fact that that hasn't been written yet certainly is a concern. And now with the shot spotter, who currently dispatches response to shot spotter alerts?
Is the question who dispatches?
Yes.
The police department does, our communications section.
And so currently, when people ask, when shot spotter goes off, why don't they see a cop coming? In many cases, it's not because you aren't getting the data. It's because we don't have enough police to send, or is there some other reason? When people have an incident where there was a gunshot and the shot spotter went off in their neighborhood and they say no cop came, is that because you're not getting the data, or because we don't have enough cops, or is there some other reason?
So we're absolutely getting the data. It's a matter of the resources available at the time.
So we have the data coming in, and we're not dispatching police in response to it because we don't have enough police, not because you aren't getting the data.
I think that's general. In many cases, we are getting information and we are dispatching officers, but in an occasion where an officer is delayed, it most likely is because of the resource availability.
Right, and it's not because the data isn't coming in.
No, absolutely, the data is coming in.
I'll hold the rest of my questions till after the speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we move to the speakers now, or did you want to speak again? All right. Ms. Brooks has one last question, then we're going to go to the speakers.
Well, it wasn't. I didn't say I had one last question,
comment,
but
whatever it is.
Deputy Chief Bashirs, I really appreciated the demonstration that you guys gave to me the other day, because with respect to the CAD system, one of the things that you mentioned specifically was that because there are cameras in the port area, we would see the incident before dispatch got it. And so I'm not understanding then why it becomes so necessary for the integration of the CAD system, because the cameras would give the person who's in the OEC the direct visual of what's happening?
Well, the cameras don't cover exclusively the entire area, number one, and calls that come in that are important to us may not be right within where the camera's view is. It could be in the immediate surrounding area of calls coming in, and it also confirms information that we're seeing. We could see something on a camera from a distance and also receive CAD information that better describes from somebody who's close by to the incident. So that's where I can see benefit.
You raised the issue with respect to response time. And what you told me the other day was that with the cameras, you would see it before dispatch got it. Why couldn't there be a protocol established that if a certain number of phone calls, the types of phone calls came in, it would trigger a feed into the OE or the Domain Awareness Center, as opposed to blanketly putting all of the information into the Port Domain Awareness Center?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm saying that a protocol that would trigger the implementation of that information if it's so necessary, rather than just wholesale putting it in.
Well, because we believe, again, the CAD data calls that are coming in from around the port and in the surrounding area may have impact, may have relevance that when connected with other information we have.
I understand that. My question is not, now I'm saying, using your example, including that, but only when a certain trigger happens, then that information would feed into the system. Why couldn't that happen?
Yeah, I think that would potentially limit the information that we get in initially as a first responder.
No, it doesn't. Is the chief here?
Chief of Police.
Yes.
Chief, there's been a lot of conversation about ShotSpotter. When is the ShotSpotter contract up for renewal?
It's actually coming up for renewal very soon, I think in the next couple of months.
And are we renewing it?
Well, we're debating it at this point. Last year there was an appropriation by the council to fund it. If that doesn't come this year, it's not the top of my priority list.
It's not the top of your priorities?
No.
And so there's been much banter about the inclusion of ShotSpotter, and so the inclusion of ShotSpotter then becomes an unfunded mandate in this system that hasn't been contemplated in a budget process. And I think that needed to be put on the table for everyone to know, because we've been told that it's a part of Phase 1, and we had no ability to take it out, but if there's no money there, we're not obligated to keep that in, so the arguments are inconsistent. Mm-hmm. And so we should be straight on that in terms of putting full information out so that the council understands how we should proceed. Currently, does the port pay any money for ShotSpotter in the port area?
No, we receive some money from the Housing Authority, but none from the port.
I didn't think so. And so that's why the importance of a cost-sharing agreement going forward. And I think the issue of whether or not, certainly I believe that ShotSpotter is a useful tool in the community in general. And so if we really want to look at our public safety issues, that clearly is one. But the inclusion of this within the DAC system outside of the port areas is not.
All right. With that, we are going to go to the public speakers.
I'll be calling the names in batches. I ask your patience with me. Brian Hofer, Rajan Sherman, Susan Harmon, David Colburn, Jacob Gellender, Dan Siegel, Linda Lai, Phil Wolfe, Josiah Bartlett, William Whipple, Matthew Thornton, Samuel Adams, John Hancock, Robert Tree Payne, Elbridge Jerry, Stephen Hopkins, William Ellery, Samuel Huntington, and William Williams. I'll stop there.
Wilson Riles, and I must say I'm proud and elated at the questions that this council has raised tonight about this issue. I just want to say a couple of things. One is that there are character issues involved here with city staff as well as the council members. Once someone decides that they want to do something, particularly staff people, their careers are connected to it. And so it's very hard then to turn around. And sometimes political careers are connected to policies. And when they're found to be wrong, people are reluctant to turn around and they start throwing up face-saving measures. And sometimes those face-saving measures can be as costly and time-consuming and wasteful as what you wanted to do in the first place. So I'm glad about the questions that this council has raised. I'm glad about those questions. Let me say that last time I was here, I talked about this city getting involved with helicopters. What I didn't get a chance to say is that the issue about helicopters being useful for emergencies was also brought up at the time. And there was some expectation at the time that the port and the county would be involved in supporting that emergency operation. It never happened. Never happened. The port never stepped up to pay its fair share. When Henry Gardner, I have Michelle for some extra time.
Michelle. And was there a person over here? I'm sorry. And your name? Thank you.
So the helicopters were sold on this basis of also being successful in helping to reduce crime, which they didn't. When I was a council member and questioned the helicopters, they gave me a ride on the helicopter, and the helicopter pilot went around and buzzed the ladies on San Pablo Avenue as if that was a proper thing to be doing with a helicopter. You can't arrest anybody from a helicopter. So it was a waste, and the city was stuck with those costs even though they were originally subsidized. So now we have this question about emergencies for this DAC center, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work because if we look very deeply at the issues concerning this city's emergency response, we immediately come up against the fact that most of our emergency responders don't live in Oakland. So if there is a need for manpower during the emergencies, they're not going to be able to get here. And whatever you can see from the DAC in those cameras, you're not going to have the manpower to respond. This city has decided that what we needed to do was to increase the core program and help our residents to be able to sustain themselves in an emergency. We haven't done that well enough. Let's do that in response to the emergency rather than these colorful cameras and other kinds of things that don't get to the real issues about emergencies. Finally, let me say that all too often during a political process, when we get to this point where something's being questioned, we slow it down and we send it to a committee. So when we're talking about sending all these financial questions to the committee, I'm suspicious that that's more about cooling things down, and then after things cool down, they're going to try to slip something in. Don't do that.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Siegel.
Good evening, Mr. Siegel.
Thank you. Dan Siegel, my comment is just say no. Just say no to this. I'm glad that Councilmember Brooks is finally bringing some sanity to the conversation. Staff, I hate to say this, is not being candid with you. If you read the article in the East Bay Express, you would have learned that what staff is talking about in terms of the DAC is surveillance of labor activists, Occupy protesters, and political activists. Now we're told, well, it's in case a plane crashes at the airport. Let me suggest that you get a red phone at the police department. And if a plane crashes at the airport, someone picks up the phone, gets on the red line, and says, a plane crashed at the airport. We don't need the DAC to do all that. There is a history, and this is why I'm really surprised by many of you, given your backgrounds and intelligence. When the government spies on people, it uses the information against them. You can go all the way back to World War I, the Palmer raids, World War II, McCarthyism, COINTELPRO to attack the Panthers. If you approve this project, the information from the license plate spotters, the photographs, social media, right? Social media spying is in this report. It all goes to the DAC, which goes to the Fusion Center, which goes to the FBI, which goes to the NSA. 60% of the people in the United States are opposed to the NSA spying on us. They're opposed. In Oakland, I bet it's 80%. You do not want to do this. This is not for Oakland. Let them do it in Oklahoma City to try it out. But what you need to do is say no. If the police want to spy on each other and have better communications so they can move police cars from here to there, that's fine. But frankly, I do not want my whereabouts traced when I leave this council meeting and visit someone late at night or stop at the liquor store and pick up a bottle of wine or whatever it may be. And that's what this system is about. Just say no. Thank you.
It's going to be hard. Go ahead.
I'm Susan Harmon, and I voted for Rebecca and Libby and Jean, and I expect you to represent me. I am unalterably opposed to, even at the port, any surveillance of us at all. I cede the rest of my time to Linda and Brian.
Brian Hofer. I've been seated the full time of Austin Tam, Phil Wolf, Jake Gellender, and then the remainder of Susan. I will try to be very quick and not use all that time. If at any moment you can't hear me, like right now, please say so. Councilmember Guile got me up at 6 a.m. this morning for a radio show, and I've been losing my voice ever since. Brian Hofer, member of the Oakland Privacy Working Group. Absolutely oppose the DAC in any form, and I want Phase 1 disabled. Councilmember Kaplan, I can only assume you must be in the NSA. Councilmember Kaplan, I can only assume you're in the NSA because you got into my computer and wrote my comments. They were absolutely on point. There is a famous Robert De Niro line in Ronin. If there's doubt, there is no doubt. I would assume at this point you guys are tired of not getting staff reports that answer your questions. You asked for a privacy policy in July. You asked for a cost-sharing provision. You aren't getting any of this information. Just quit wasting the time and the resources on this. I want to address possible motivations to proceed with the DAC because of crime, emergency preparedness, or port security. In 97 and 99, this council rejected mass surveillance because it doesn't work, and we ask that you do so again tonight. ShotSpotter does not reduce crime. It is a financial boondoggle. Cameras do not reduce crime. Let's just get all of them out of there, off the table. I read from Mayor Kwan's open letter. If I can find that. I read from Mayor Kwan's open letter today. 2 decades ago, Oakland experienced 2 crises in 2 years. The 89 Loma Prieta earthquake and the 91 firestorm show us how vulnerable we can be to natural disasters and the life and death importance of information. She's right. And then we built the EOC. You've already sold us this package. We've already paid for it. As the battalion chief was sitting there talking, I'm sitting here reading the old EOC documents, hazmat, CHP, real-time monitoring. We've already done this. If we're not using this technology correctly, quit spending more money. Oakland Police Department, OPD, per the city auditor's recent report, $1.87 million unused technology. We have 650 homicides where we haven't even looked at the evidence for the last 7 years. We have 1,900 rape kits in Alameda where we have not looked at the evidence. That's the problem. Technology we just keep suffering from the shiny gadget syndrome in Oakland, and it's just not working. I want to mirror what Councilmember Kaplan said. I don't believe even for a port-restricted only project, any one of you should vote for this project, and here is why. Cost. We asked for the cost-sharing provision. We didn't get it. It's been ignored. Other than a cursory, we'll figure it out at some later point at some undefined manner, which is the exact same way that the privacy policy has been handled. They're just burning the clock. Unless that cost-sharing provision is 100% port and 0% Oakland, you have a duty to vote no, as it would be improper to use the city's resources to support the port for something only benefiting the port. They have plenty of money. They don't pay us any taxes. Here they are attempting a cost-shifting mechanism on a cash-strapped city. That's unacceptable. Also, Schneider carries Measure T lawsuit risk for you, not the port. The port is exempt from Measure T, and you will be the contracting party for Phase 2. If you vote to proceed with the port-only project in any form, you will be subsidizing a rich entity that pays you no taxes and assuming the risk for contracting with a Measure T non-compliant firm that could supply the port services separately. As to tonight's possible amended resolution, if the scope of work is restricted, there is no reason for the contract to be authorized up to $1.6 million. I used to work at a construction law firm, and it's magic. The contractor is always going to bill the max. It's not a best practice to pay someone the same amount for less work. In addition, we were told by the city administrator's office at the policy meeting, and I believe it's now confirmed tonight, that we have until October before the Phase 2 money is at risk. So why give this money to Schneider? Why are we not looking for a local firm that can handle hooking up a port weather warning and vessel tracking system? Those are easy to handle tasks. We need to be creating local jobs. And not a joint venture front for Schneider, an actual true local firm with a local hire requirement. Finally, and most importantly, there are likely to be material amendments made to the resolution tonight. We must ensure that the July 2013 resolution 84593 is superseded, that anything remotely having to do with civil liberties infringement is excluded. ALPR, facial gate recognition, most of it's already been alluded to by Council Member Brooks. Just give me 5 extra seconds. President Kernahan's proposed motion, Oakland privacy can't accept. There's too much left in it. Those specifics need to be taken out. Council Member Brooks, I don't want Schneider Electric to get the contract. I don't understand why we would pay for port, but other than that, we could most likely support this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. William Whipple and Charles Hickson have graciously ceded time. My name is Linda Lai.
Can I see their hands just real quick? William, thank you and thank you.
And is there one other person who might be so kind?
Okay. What was the name over there? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Linda Lai, ACLU of Northern California. Thank you, honorable council members, for your willingness to roll up your sleeves and do the hard work of oversight. It is not an easy task. I recognize that. Answering tough questions and demanding the answers. And unfortunately, as we've seen for the last many months, you have not gotten the answers that you and the public deserve. The thing that I find troubling is that the most recent staff report confirms that pattern. If the council can't get a privacy policy despite asking for it last July, if the council can't get basic answers to basic questions despite asking for them expressly, how do you expect to get the information you need when the DAC is up and running and things become even more complicated? At your last meeting and tonight, you have expressed interest in the port-only approach. The mayor's letter issued this afternoon seems to suggest she adopts that position as well. The ACLU's position is fundamentally that this has been wrong-headed, that we should not be approving a proposal, a massive surveillance project without understanding the full privacy implications. However, given that you do seem to be embarking, the one-step-at-a-time approach is certainly a much better step in the right direction. Brian spoke of the shiny gadget syndrome. There's another problem with technology. We have sometimes, ironically, an odd faith that somehow it's going to solve all of our ills. It won't if we proceed blindly, but what it definitely will do is invite unintended and unwelcome consequences. So we need to think through these decisions very carefully. The port-only approach at least allows you to do a little pilot project, and if there are demonstrated results, great. but don't expand and don't open the Pandora's box. One of our primary concerns is mission creep. If the public is being, and the council are being sold a port security project, then we need to ensure that what we end up buying, because we'll be paying for it without adequate cost-sharing agreements, is actually something that's about port security and not warrantless mass surveillance of innocent Oakland residents. So the key question, I think, for you tonight is to dig down hard and look at each of the components included in Phase 1 and slated for inclusion in Phase 2 and ask the very tough questions that you have been asking tonight about why each component is actually relevant to port security. I want to draw your attention to 4 components: ShotSpotter, traffic cameras, records management system, and the mysterious category of various news feeds and alerts. With respect to ShotSpotter, the staff report leaves so many questions open. What sort of acoustic surveillance is at issue with ShotSpotter? The questions have already been raised, and I think probingly so by so many members of the council. Why does ShotSpotter within the city actually further the city's the port agenda? Similarly, with traffic cameras, why do traffic cameras? How much information do they pick up? Are we picking up information about pedestrians? What's the level of resolution? Are we getting images, recognizable images of passengers and vehicles, automated license plate readers, what have you? There's no information insufficient information that's been provided, and certainly there's no explanation about why traffic cameras further these goals. The staff report offers these very sweeping generalizations along the lines of getting the entire picture is critical to an effective response. That argument proves far too much. That would justify inserting cameras in the schools, which this council has already resolutely rejected. With respect to, so for those 2 reasons, we wholeheartedly endorse Councilmember Brooks' approach of taking them out of Phase 1, those 2, ShotSpotter and traffic cameras. With respect to records management, something that's included in Phase 2, slated for inclusion in Phase 2, as I pointed out to you in my letter earlier today, this is something that apparently tracks and includes case records, but what kinds of case records? All arrest reports? As I raised in my letter, if someone is able to access all of the arrest reports within OPD, this amounts to what would be called summary criminal history information, and that would be that is highly regulated by state law, and there are limited individuals who are entitled to access this information. Can one person save me more time? Thank you.
What's your name? Your name?
Give me your name, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. So, records management system, to the extent that this grants access effectively to individuals' rap sheets or criminal history information, it should not be provided except to the limited people authorized in statute under the penal code. And so the staff report doesn't even address or acknowledge the substantial factual and legal question, and that is, and also there isn't the basic question answered of why does information about an arrest that did not lead to a charge or conviction, how on earth is that relevant to port security? Staff simply hasn't made the case that that is relevant, so therefore it should be excluded. Also, various news feeds and alerts. The staff report says this would include alerts that come in via the email, web feed, RSS, or other means. What other means? That is a very large universe. National Public Radio recently did a report on sophisticated new analytics tools that are scooping up social media and very popular with police departments. There are very complicated, unresolved constitutional questions about the legality of these, and this should not be impermissibly snuck into the DAC under an innocuous title. Council Member Brooks's resolution looks very strong. We are very appreciative of your approach. We would encourage you to explicitly limit the social media issue. That could be addressed by adding to your resolution paragraph 1 an additional bullet under in the phase 2 integrations, the following items shall be omitted. Any news feeds and alerts not expressly identified in the supplemental report prepared for the March 4th, 2014 City Council meeting. Thank you so much, and we appreciate all of the efforts you put into this.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Greetings to the President and Council. I understand that public safety is an issue, and anyone who comes out against public safety, it just doesn't sit well, you know, and I understand how public safety goes into economics, and, you know, you really can't develop business without public safety. But it's a tool, and we want Chief Reed to be able to utilize it as well, and, you know, we understand how it will affect public safety, but at the same time, a tool in the hands of someone who hasn't necessarily displayed the best of discretions, that's not a good tool any longer. And what has been historically done is that these type of public safety tools have been utilized against us. And so the discretion that I even seen today, I mean, the young fella got on a hood and he came in here, no disrespect to him, but if that would have been a person of color came in here with a hood, all those police that are in that room would have been out. If he'd have walked over to that young lady at that podium like that, it would have been a different story because of the discretion that's given. They see it and they act differently. So I can just imagine. I understand real time. I do security. Been doing it for 27 years. I understand real time. I understand DVR. I understand it. It's a great tool, but in the wrong hands, it's going to be misused. And so the history doesn't say that it's going to be a fair shake in this. And that's undisputable because it's actual fact that the history says that these things are going to be utilized against us. So we do want the public safety. I think Councilmember Brooks put forth a good alternative, and I think that it should be explored. And I do salute the mayor for trying to make something happen, but you can't get, it's too dangerous of a tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
I'll keep calling names. Oliver Woolcock, William Floyd, Philip Livingston, Francis Lewis, Lewis Morris, Richard Stockton, John Witherspoon, Francis Hopkinson, John Hart, Abraham Clark, Robert Morris, Benjamin Rush, Benjamin Franklin, Lou Katz, Jen Katz, Nadia Kayali, Jacob Hoffman Andrews, JP, and John Morton, and I'll pause there.
All right. Would folks start approaching the microphone?
My name is JP. I've been seated time by Sandy, by Alyssa, by Janet, and if I need it, by Ed.
And by the way, when you're getting seated time, the total maximum is 5 minutes. So, okay. So you got about 4.5 minutes.
All right. Okay. Why was OPD filming us 2 weeks ago? This is not a rhetorical question. You need to speak to us on this matter publicly right here and now. This is exactly what everyone fears, abuse by OPD. Maybe it's sort of legal, but what the hell were they doing in here? Filming us. All right. It's just completely, it just simply illustrates the problem we have been repeating over and over. They do things that you cannot trust them. All right? I wish to address the city staff report. Your staff are telling you that you have built already a monster that you cannot easily take apart. Your staff are saying that in order to dismantle the DAC, Oakland's taxpayers are going to have to pay tribute to the federal government. The city should ask itself how Oakland got itself into this position. especially in light of the fact that phase 1 of the DAC, the part that cannot be dismantled, was built illegally in violation of the nuclear-free zone by SAIC. And now you're telling us we can't rid ourselves of this thing without paying penalties? On this basis alone, the DAC deserves to die, and damn the cost of doing it. Kill it. Staff is also telling you that the DAC will help in any number of emergencies. But to do that, we all know that 40 traffic cameras located on a few main traffic corridors aren't going to be very effective. We should all see that in order to serve its purposes, acknowledged and disguised, DAC surveillance must be extended throughout Oakland. Staff will come back to you time and time again, asking to add systems here, monitor this or that there, and engage in some new Orwellian technology, each one plausible, each in the name of crime prevention and emergency response. Before we know it, the DAC will be everywhere, despite what may be your best intentions now. The only way to stop this mission creep is to kill it, cut the funding, and unplug it. On another note, the Council has repeatedly averred that the monies allocated by the feds for the DAC are not transferable. No one disputes this. What we dispute is the short-sightedness of this claim. The new city staff report already mentions money required from Oakland for matching funds that need to be allocated in the very near future. Wilson Riles spoke to you just now of the quicksand of adopting gift horses from Washington. Oakland would eventually have to spend more than $1 million a year to keep the DAC operational. Oakland does not need, nor does Oakland want, to spend this money year after year. All right. But even that isn't the most important thing. The military security industrial complex is spending its time and energy convincing the federal government to spend billions on national security theater, bribing cities like Oakland to install domain awareness centers and fusion centers. They hold out monies that seem irresistible, but which will eventually end up with horrible consequences, some monetary, some social and political. Someone has to be the first to say no. Some city has to be the first to return one of these DACs to the feds, wrapped in a giant "thanks but screw you" ribbon. If not us here and now, then who and when? If the people can say no to the security state, its money may eventually flow to house the homeless, to feed the poor, and to educate our children.
Thank you.
But if we do nothing, if you refuse to take a stand, if no one is willing to say no mas, excuse my Spanish, then 10 years into the future, we as U.S. taxpayers will be funding super DACs instead of the basic necessities of life.
Thank you.
5,042 plus petition signers, half of them Oaklanders, have asked you to take that stand, to say no. You get to decide tonight. Are you representatives of the people or of the national security state? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Could the next speaker approach the podium?
I'll start calling names again. George Clymer, James Smith, George Taylor, James Wilson, George Ross.
Wait, you just called about 20 names and only 3 people came forward.
I understand that. I'm just moving through the names.
Okay. If your name was called in the previous round, please get in line so you can speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I barely heard my name.
Okay.
But here I am.
All right, go ahead.
I'll yell.
My name is Nadia Kayali, activist with Electronic Frontier Foundation, and I have time ceded to me from Gabriella Silverman. So I don't know if all of you had a chance to read the letter I sent to you today. I know it was 6 pages long. Unfortunately, the reason it was 6 pages long is because it was full of unanswered questions. There were dozens of questions in here that still have not been answered tonight. The city staff presented a report. They even had another chance after giving you their supplemental report for today to answer more questions, and they still didn't answer those questions. I'm going to focus on a couple of things in my letter that I think have not been answered by any of the discussion yet today. You talk a lot about not sharing information with the federal government. That's been in some of the motions that have been suggested today. And I just want to point out that the FBI is in Oakland right now. We know that the FBI is here. Oakland has an agreement as part of a joint terrorism task force. We know that Arab Americans in this community have been visited by the FBI. We know that Oakland has had agreements to help staff the fusion center. How exactly are we supposed to believe that even if it's a port-only DAC, you're not going to continue to share that information? You have not answered those questions. You have not answered those questions, and again, I fail to see how anything in the privacy policy framework, as we've seen it so far, is going to answer those questions. And I just want to echo what some other speakers have said, which is that staff has had months to answer these questions. Staff has had months. We saw emails with staff discussing months ago creating the privacy policy, and now, just now, they're finally putting out this weak policy and not actually engaging the public to do it. There was one meeting. There's another meeting coming up. It hasn't been announced. The ad hoc committee has not been put together yet. All I see is failure after failure after failure to actually ensure that the civil liberties of Oakland residents are being protected. And a port-only DAC without answering all of the questions that I put in this letter to you is not going to do that. You need to answer every one of these questions. You need to answer how the federal government is not going to get this information. You need to answer what the technical capabilities are going to be of this system. You need to answer who's going to have access to it. What are the money issues that are going to come up? I think we've heard from a lot of speakers that the grant from the federal government is not going to pay for the DAC. It's not free money. Don't be fooled into thinking it's free money. And we've seen that when other governments in this area have tried to take that money, there have been problems. Federal money has gone to try to attempt to purchase an armored vehicle in Berkeley. We saw how that went. So why are you going to do that here? So I just would encourage you, again, I know it's 6 pages, but that's the extent of the unanswered questions that remain. And the motions that are in front of you today don't answer those questions, and they need to be answered.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Could someone yield me some time? Okay.
Name?
My name is Dustin Cron.
What's the name up here? I'm sorry. Thank you.
My name is Dustin Cron. I'm with the Lighthouse Mosque. And I came to speak to you all tonight because this issue is very important to our community. If all the Muslim community in the room could please stand up real quick. What they're saying there is, say that God is great. And we wanted to visualize that because that's about at least a third of the room. That's how important this issue is to our community. Now, I was talking to Councilman O'Kelb, who actually represents our district, District 1, where the Lighthouse Mosque is located, and it didn't seem like he was taking our concerns that seriously. That what it means for a community to constantly be under surveillance for a period of 12 plus years. That what it means that the majority of people in these rooms, some of whom will speak and many of whom don't want to because they're not comfortable being in front of a city council. And then the thousands that won't come through this door, right? The San Francisco Foundation did a report about the Bay Area Muslim community, and in that report it said that 37% of the Muslims in the Bay Area live in Alameda County, over 100,000 Muslims, right? That's about 10% of the county, a large percentage of which are in Oakland. So we're a serious block of voters, and we're a serious group of people who believe firmly in issues of social justice. And in the Quran it says that we've made you into nations and tribes to know one another. And I take that seriously living in a place like Oakland, right, where we see the beauty of what happens when all of our races and where we come from interact and what we can possibly grow. But near those verses, it also talks about do not spy on one another or backbite one another. Because if you sow those seeds of distrust between people, you will never have a beautiful community. You will never have have a truly multiracial democracy. So to not take this seriously and to say that what we're saying here and that building this type of spy center isn't serious to our community and that it won't continue to create fear and decrease political activation, maybe that's what you want, because maybe you don't want the mosque to get activated and vote you out of office. But there's a high probability that that's what could happen if this goes forward. Thank you.
Madam President.
That was beautiful. Christine is giving me some time.
Who has? I'm sorry.
I think it's right there.
And the name is?
Christine. Oh. Christine George. Both. Okay. So my name is Carlos Martinez, and I represent the undocumented community. A community that has been criminalized, discriminated against, and racial profiled by the federal agency, right? And I'm here to speak on behalf of and against the DAC, and let me call it the Spy Center, because that's what it is. It profiles a certain community, and let's not, talk about surveillance and all this stuff, because we know that one particular community is being targeted, right? And I don't think we're blind, right, to see that. I'm speaking on behalf of the undocumented brothers and sisters that have been deported every single day by a federal agency. And I don't want my brothers and sisters that are Muslims to be racial profiled just because of the faith that they practice. Because someone just said that the struggle of one community is the struggle of many communities, right? And actually, Allah said it. And you all are the elected officials, and I'm pretty sure you all know that, right? And as a result of that, you all get elected, and I'm not allowed to vote, but I can organize people to vote. And guess what? I don't know when the elections are coming, but thank you. Elections are coming, and we'll hunt you down.
Hi, my name is Jen Katz.
Pull it down.
Listen, they're shining you on. They're not answering your questions. You ask one thing, they move on to another side. They'll promise you anything to get their foot in the door. Fire. I live up in the hills. There aren't any cameras up in the hills. Are they going to put cameras up in the hills so that they can take care of the fire and the earthquake? It's just the beginning. There's such a mission creep with Homeland Security. Don't ride this tiger. Let it go.
My name is Jacob Hoffman Andrews. I'm a computer security professional, and I'm here to raise the very real and very dangerous probability that the DAC is going to get hacked. This year has seen a huge surge in systems getting hacked all over the world. LinkedIn, Adobe, Evernote, Twitter, giants of the industrial world who spend millions on their computer security. Target is a huge one. 40 million customer records gone in one go. And we think that Oakland, with a budget of less than $1.2 million a year, can protect this giant trove of data on every resident in Oakland? No, it's not going to happen. It's going to be broken into and it's going to be violated. And the city of Oakland is going to be on the hook for all the data, the daily private lives and activities of all the people of Oakland. An expert in my industry, Bruce Schneider, has said that private data is like toxic waste. The only thing you can do with it is not produce it. Shut down the DAC, roll it back. Option 3, roll back all the collection that's rolled out in DAC so far. Stop collecting the data. Roll it back. One last thing. Some people say, oh, DAC will stop crime. Surveillance cameras don't stop crime. It's been proven again and again. What stops crime? Jobs and opportunity. Take that money from the DAC, pour it into the school system, give Oakland's youth the opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
George Clymer, James Smith, George Taylor, James Wilson, George Ross, George Reed, Caesar Rodney, Tom McKean, Samuel Chase, William Packer, Thomas Stone, Charles Carroll, Richard Henry Lee, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Harrison, Thomas Nelson Jr., Francis Lightwood Lee, Carter Braxton, William Hooper, Joseph Hughes, John Penn, Edward Rutledge, Thomas Hayward Jr., Thomas Lynch, Arthur Middleton, Button Gwinnett, Lyman Hall, George Walton, and Rachel Lederman, and I'll pause there.
If your name was called, please start making your way to the microphone.
So I'm Michael Thomas, and I have time that's been conceded to me from Rachel Lederman. And then also, I'm Michael Thomas, and I have time that's been ceded to me from Rachel Lederman and also Marcus Krishna. So as I mentioned before, my name is Michael Thomas, and I'm a Bay Area attorney, and I'm also on the board of the National Lawyers Guild Bay Area chapter. We at the National Lawyers Guild are deeply concerned. We are concerned that the presence of the Domain Awareness Center will further traumatize communities of color that already suffer from trauma. We are concerned that the presence of the DAC will discourage progressive movements and political activists from engaging in civic engagement. We are also concerned that the aggregation of data on communities of color will be used to justify the use of force and violence in those areas under the guise of safe communities. So what is trauma? Trauma is an experience where either physical or psychological, where something occurs and you disconnect from your body and your emotions. And when you disconnect from your body, your emotions, you can't show self-care, you can't show self-love, so you can do self-harm. And if you can harm yourself, you can harm somebody else. So you can understand the 14-year-old that's doing cocaine and doesn't realize that they're causing self-harm, or the 14-year-old that causes harm to somebody else, but because they're so disconnected, they don't understand or appreciate empathy. That's trauma. Racism is a deeply distressing and disturbing source of trauma for all communities in Oakland, and specifically in communities of color. The trauma of racism causes us to view our skin color as a source of pain, shame, and a source of legalized violence. When the color of your skin is the source of violence, your very existence becomes equivalent to PTSD. When the color of your skin is the source of violence by law enforcement, you experience a form of complex trauma because your skin color is the source of unpredictable, uncontrollable, and severe trauma by someone in a position of power. I'm co-director of a mindfulness at-risk mentoring program with the Naroga Institute in Berkeley, and I also do restorative justice work with men in San Quentin. I understand trauma. I know what trauma is. Black people and communities of color suffer from trauma on a daily basis. And police officers and authority figures, the like thereof, are deep triggers of trauma. So rather than treating communities of color as a source of trouble and violence, it is imperative that we find ways to help all of us heal from the impact of racism. Oakland's past and present involve wounds at the hand of police violence that we have yet to heal from. Each time there's another example of police violence that's based on someone's color, all those deep wounds open up again. The presence of the DAC and the increased surveillance that will come with it will result in more fear, more hypervigilance, and therefore more trauma and more violence in communities of color. Simply put, the presence of the DAC will not result in community healing. Instead, it will create more trauma, more violence, and result in community killing. The most disturbing part of all this is that it's predictable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mohammed al-Sheikh. I have Nick Oishi's time. I'm a community advocate with the San Francisco Bay Area-based Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus's National Security and Civil Rights Program. Our work focuses on combating racial and religious discrimination, profiling, Islamophobia, and other abuses against African, Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian communities in our post-9/11 era, and that's AMEMSA for short. AMEMSA communities have regularly been the target of unwarranted surveillance in the Bay Area and across the country. They have faced egregious abuses of their civil rights and privacy purely based on their race or religious beliefs. Law enforcement agents have infiltrated their places of worship, their community centers, and their gatherings in order to spy on them solely for participating in activities that are protected by the First Amendment, leading to a generalized atmosphere of fear and distrust. Widespread implementation of the DAC will, without a doubt, lead to an expansion and intensification of ongoing surveillance of political activities, civil rights violations, and invasions of privacy. Even at this early stage, publicized documents have demonstrated that the DAC is being used not for so-called public safety, but rather to surveil legal political activity. And just as Mr. Dan Siegel pointed out, restricting the DAC to the port will just lead to surveillance of labor activism and political protest and activity at the port. Already we have numerous examples of Islamophobia and racial profiling in what is called suspicious activity reporting program. Like the proposed DAC, suspicious activity reports are submitted by local police or citizens, which are then aggregated into a central database called eGuardian, where local law enforcement, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security agents work in tandem to follow up on the reports. And just to give you guys an example of the type of suspicious activities that are reported, and this is a quote: "Suspicious Middle Eastern males buying several large pallets of water." That's a suspicious activity report. Another one, Sergeant, and the name is redacted, has long been concerned about a residence in his neighborhood occupied by a Middle Eastern male adult physician who is very unfriendly. These are just 2 of 1,700 reports in California that have been updated to this database and have been followed up by FBI and local law enforcement. So being unfriendly and buying a lot of water are completely normal activities, but when the perpetrators of these activities are Muslims or people of color, they become suspicious and worthy of investigation. And we know too well from our work, and especially in light of Edward Snowden's revelations, that allowing law enforcement greater tools and authority to surveil and investigate citizens in the name of fighting terrorism or fighting crime will undeniably result in unprecedented invasions of privacy and the targeting of political protest of MEMSA communities and of people of color. So for these reasons, I stand here in support of Lighthouse Mosque, of all the various organizations, of people here individually that are urging no on this resolution. And we urge you to say no to the DAC in its entirety and to allow Oakland residents and to allow our communities to live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Daniels, Talia Mermelek, Ada Rashid, Kristen George. Oh, actually, I was looking for that card. Khalid Kadir, Tracy Rosenberg, Daniel Borgstrom, Carter Levin, Joshua Smith, Cecilia Lucas, Shut It Down, Nadia Hussein, Mary Vale, Erlene Coleman Ali, B. Geyser, Asada, Jesse Smith, Jason Sheikh Anderson, L. Russell Bader, Michael Rubin, Patty, Sky Talone, Tessa Lalone. And I'll pause there.
Peace be upon you all. My name is Aida Aliyah Rashid, and I'm an Oakland resident. Over 60 years ago, my grandparents dreamed of a new life and moved from Pine Bluff, Arkansas to Oakland, California for work and better educational opportunities for their children and soon-to-be grandchildren, myself being one of those grandchildren. My family has positively contributed to the Oakland community for over 50-plus years. My grandfather is now 100 years old. My grandmother is now 94 years old. They have grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren living in the city of Oakland. The next generation of my family deserves to live in a peaceful community, not a police state with surveillance. I sincerely ask you all on the council to create a new possibility. Instead of spending $10.9 million on this domain awareness center, please invest in our education system and other resources that could help our future. Thank you.
Mary Vale. I sent most of you an email today outlining my concerns, particularly about collateral damage to our efforts to reform the police department, build up our community policing capacity, give the officers the tools they need, that this whole DAC situation may just be like a money pit that sucks resources away, not this year, but after the grant money is gone. And then on principle, after listening to the staff presentations tonight, we're somehow getting the idea that ShotSpotter won't really work unless the data's run through the DAC inside the port. I don't think so. Or that we won't have an adequate emergency response in the case of another wildfire or a major earthquake. And I think that Dan Siegel commented on that. You can have a downtown-based communications center. You don't have to be at the port. You don't have to be hooked into the feds with, you know, all their demands down the road. And you don't have the civil liberties and I think financial irresponsibility issues that arise if we have DAC, mini DAC, port-only DAC. I'm becoming increasingly concerned even with a for the port, by the port, paid by the port DAC. Thank you.
My name is Michael Rubin, and I've lived in Oakland for 33 years, and I live in the San Antonio Park neighborhood of Oakland. And I'm also speaking today on behalf of the Oakland Green Party. I wanted to start out with a reminiscence, so to speak. I think George Orwell died before his time. It's a shame that he didn't live to see his brilliant prediction of the future come to pass. And the DAC is, in fact, the son of 1984. Now, it's certainly possible that the DAC may have some effect on natural disasters or crime or any one of a number of the things that have been pointed to. But I think it would be the height of naivete to believe that's why the DAC is going forward. That's why the federal government is handing you money. It has nothing to do with natural disasters, fighting crime, or anything else. What it has to do is with surveillance. And that's the nature of this thing. And the reason why money is being handed out to these two cities has to do with surveillance, and surveillance only. People are very concerned about the. Can I have another minute? Yeah.
What's the name of the person ceding time? Okay.
Thank you.
Please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that the purpose of this thing is surveillance. I think the purpose of this thing is to keep track of dissidents, of minorities, of religious and otherwise. And I think that regardless of what the council does in terms of policy, there's no way, in my belief, that whatever the council does can keep the feds from acquiring the information acquired by the DAC if they want it. I mean, that's the revelation of Edward Snowden. I mean, that's what Edward Snowden proved. And I have no confidence in the question of protection of privacy and so on. And that's what I'll end with. I think the question, this matter, in a sense, boils down to the question of trust. And I don't trust.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tracy Rosenberg, and I'm from Media Alliance. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Tracy Rosenberg from Media Alliance. Good evening. The last time I was here, I was pondering an invitation to be on your ad hoc privacy policy advisory body. I did, in fact, decline that invitation, but Mr. DeVries was very persistent and didn't take no for an answer. So I found myself on Sunday, of all days, reading over your draft policy, privacy, if you can call it that. I sent you 5 pages of comments, not 6. EFF is cooler than I am. But in those 5 pages, I said about 17 different ways, this is not a privacy policy. There's such a thing as mission creep, and we've heard about that. There's also something called mission gallop or mission race. The document expresses the purpose of the DAC 3 different ways. The document defines an emergency 6 different ways, I think. In the case of one of these multiple kinds and sorts of emergencies, which include things like drag races at the port, any City of Oakland employee can access DAC data. Any employee of any federal, state, or other jurisdiction agency can access DAC data. Any non-governmental agency employee can access DAC data. Can someone see me one more minute? Yes? Thank you so much, Ellie. These, drag racing at the port, I believe there was animal infestation, a little bit of overwhelming air pollution, and an employee of any non-governmental agency in the universe can access all of the data in the Domain Access Center because it's an emergency. So when you sit here and tell me things like this, and when you tell me that you haven't figured out what the port is going to pay the city for this system that you're putting in place at the port, the only thing I can say to you is you're not ready to vote on anything. You haven't got anything figured out. We're using the word face saving. I think Mr. Ryle started off the conversation with the word face saving. And sometimes when you're trying to save face, what happens is you walk from the boondoggle that you're trying to avoid into some other kind of boondoggle. That's what's going on here. So what I have to say to you is the way that you save face is what we're calling door number 3. You stop the project right now because it's not working. You don't have a privacy policy. You don't have an economic basis for this project. You don't have a goal for this project. This project needs to stop right now. Don't make it worse.
Hi, members of the council. Joshua Daniels for the record. I'm going to be addressing item 12 at this time, and also I have the full time of David Colburn, who's sitting right over there. I'll speak louder as well. Over the past several months, residents of Oakland have been writing to you, calling you, meeting with you, tweeting at you, coming to council meetings, presenting reason after reason why a no vote on the Domain Awareness Center is a right decision for this council to make. I'm going to just quickly touch on a few points that have been made by the community so far. In July of last year, this council was poised to pass the DAC with absolutely no privacy policy in place and with almost no discussion or debate at the council or committee level. City staff has repeatedly lied and misled this council for months about the scope, mission, and capabilities of the DAC, as well as the conflicts with the city's nuclear-free zone ordinance from the bidding contractors. There's a serious dearth of evidence showing that mass surveillance has a positive impact on violent crime, but a great deal of evidence that these systems are rife with opportunities for misuse and abuse. The Church Committee in the 1970s called the retention of information about domestic activity a step towards the dangers of a domestic secret police. The grant guidelines from FEMA for the Port Security Grant Program stipulate that these funds cannot be spent on items that do not provide a direct maritime benefit. The city also needs a comprehensive privacy policy for the entire city. The current draft privacy policy framework is naive, poorly conceived, and doesn't even reference the First or Fourth Amendments of the United States Constitution or the rights to privacy guaranteed under the California Constitution. To even consider building something like the DAC before having, at the very least, a robust and publicly vetted privacy policy in place is akin to building a skyscraper or a bridge first and performing the engineering calculations later. It's a recipe for disaster. Oakland has twice before, in 1997 and in 1999, rejected plans for mass surveillance systems. Councilmember Chang at the time, an immigrant from China, on his decision to vote against mass surveillance, said, "We came to the U.S. because we don't want to be watched by Big Brother all the time." Ignacio de la Fuente, your predecessor, said, "This is not worth violating people's privacy rights." Then Mayor Jerry Brown also commented on mass surveillance for Oakland, saying, and I quote, installing a few dozen surveillance cameras will not make us safe. It should also not be forgotten that the intrusive powers of the state are growing with each passing decade. In closing, I'll repeat what I said to this council in July of last year. The city has an enormous trust problem, and spying on your residents is not a way to repair or build trust in this city. If you really want to start rebuilding trust in this city, please start with a no vote on the DAC tonight. Thank you.
I'm Daniel Borgstrom, and what the presenter said sounded very benign. It sounded very benevolent, but I do not believe them. To me, it was a spy machine, pure and simple, going to be hooked up to NSA, the CIA, whoever else is out to get us. I said it at face value. It did sound benign. And I'll tell you why I don't believe these things, because I am now 72 years old. I went through life, much of it, believing, taking at face value, being lied to, and believing lies. This goes back to, I was a little kid during the Korean War. I used to follow the war news, just a little kid. I'd look at the maps in the newspaper, see always us against them. Those North Korean bad guys, we had to get them. I just kept on, and I believed that. I believed it to the point where when I was, just as soon as I was 18, I joined the Marine Corps to defend this country against all those bad guys. I remember when I got out, I still believed that stuff. I remember when Kennedy was assassinated, murdered, and I believed the official story. I believed that lone gunman story. I believed it for many years. I went on. I remember the Gulf of Tonkin thing. I believed that too. When Johnson was attacking North Vietnam, I was sitting there cheering. I believe that. And I can't go into a list of stuff that I took at face value and believed. Well, I stopped believing that stuff, and I'll tell you who I do believe. I do believe Daniel Ellsberg. I do believe Chelsea Bradley Manning. I do believe Eric Snowden. And I do believe that this is a spy machine, pure and simple. Now, why is it? Why is our government spying on us?
Do you have someone that would cede you another minute? Your name?
Oh, thank you.
What's the name? Okay, thank you.
I believe they're spying on us because, excuse me. It is not to stop crime, it is to defend crime. We are living in the midst of a crime wave. Banks taking our homes, stealing our pensions, wanting to cut back our Social Security. And I could just go on a list of dozens of other things, polluting our environment for profit. And people get mad about that. We want to do something, and they are very aware of the fact that we want to do something, and that is why this spy machine is part of a police state apparatus to counter us. It is a spy machine against the people. When I was a little kid, they told us that it was only the bad countries that feared their people. Well, now I see our government fearing our people. It is because it is a corrupt government.
Hello, that's hard to follow, but I'm going to try. So, my name is Carter Lavin, and he's right. It's not about terrorism, which is how it was sold to us. But let's just even pretend the DAC was about
fighting terrorism, which it's not. Even if it were about fighting terrorism, it's still a terrible boondoggle that's going to cost us a ton of money and violate a lot of liberties, because fundamentally, Oakland and the Port of Oakland aren't terror targets. See, the point about terrorism, it's the use of fear to achieve a political goal. And so when you use it, you're trying to achieve mass casualties, and you're trying to do it in really symbolic places. The London Tube, the Madrid trains, Twin Towers, the Pentagon. And so why would a terrorist attack Oakland? And this is a very serious question, and that there's so many better things to attack. Yes, no, and I'm totally serious. Yes, the New York Times loves us. Yes, we are on the front page of them way more than we should be. And yeah, gondolas in Lake Merritt are great. But you wouldn't, my friends on the East Coast don't know where Oakland is. If you're an Al-Qaeda strategist, you have no idea where Oakland is. And also, if you're going to say, hey, I want to make international news attacking an American city, one, you don't pick the 43rd largest port, or even the 4th largest port in California. No offense, Port of Oakland's great, but not that big. Also, San Francisco's right there. Like, seriously, why would anyone, if they're going to risk all their life, they're going to spend all this money and attention to make a terrorist attack on the United States, you would attack San Francisco, you'd attack the BART system. The BART is a much more strategic asset than the port, and it's so even if it were about terrorism, which it's not, it's still a bad idea. Thank you.
Brian Geiser. I'm a future suspect from Police District 1. I agree with all of the anti-DAC folks, and we've said everything twice over the past multiple months. So I'm just going to give you some random stuff. I took the tour of the Alameda County Fusion Center out at Santa Rita, and I was there with a bunch of reactionary law and order types. They came away really disturbed, and I came away completely frightened. And they didn't show us everything, just like what happened with you guys when you took the tour over here at the DAC. Speaking of the DAC location, that alone should tell you that this has nothing to do with the port. It's only 2 blocks from here. Speaking of the port, we're led to believe that right now it's sitting out there with just a bunch of rats and whatever crawling around. They actually have security out there that drive around in vehicles, and they have little things called radios that they know what's going on over there. Emergency services. This is not about emergency services. I took the neighborhood emergency response training over in San Francisco. Here they call it CORE. They'll tell you that the cavalry is not coming. You're on your own for at least a week, if not 2 weeks. And you build community. You deal with shortwave radios and Morse code for communications. This has nothing to do with any of that. This is about spying. ShotSpotter. This can hear everything. It can hear everything in the community, and it can be recorded. Maybe it's not right now. Speaking of recording everything, I'll give you one last piece because my time's about to run out. In World War II, Stalin's chief of secret police was supposedly said, "You show me the man, and I'll show you the crime." That's what recording all of this information is all about. It's already happening across the nation with the NSA, and it can happen right here too. Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is Russell Bates. I live in Berkeley. So I guess that makes me an outside agitator here. And I am agitated about this. I find that what comes to my mind is stopping fascism starts at home. And what we're talking about here, we're talking about fascism in the works. If it's not going on already, it's happening. And it's something that we cannot disregard. It's something that we cannot say, "Ha, this guy's an old fart. He doesn't know what he's talking about." Well, I might be an old fart. I turned 67 the 22nd of February. But still, this is real. This is not bogus. This is not made-up stuff. It's actually going on. And it's not going to get any better until people say, hey, we're not going to let this go on anymore. The DHS, Department of Homeland Security, are those doggone hopeless suckers. They're not going to stop doing their stuff. What makes you think they're going to stop doing that stuff? You give them the power, you give them the money. Money, money, money. Who's got the money here? Who's got the money? Is it the bankers? Is it these corporate boards of directors that have all the money? Who's going to be benefiting from this? It's not going to be the people. It's not going to be anybody but the people who are making money off this stuff. There's lots and lots of money to be made under fascism, under capitalism, and by golly, they're going to do it. You can bet on it. How much they're going to spend on this? Millions on security. I have said enough. Thank you.
My name is Khalid Kadir, and I'd like to cede a little bit of my time to my 9.5-year-old friend here, Indigo Gilliam, who has lived over half of his life in the city of Oakland.
It says Holland.
Go for it. Read your...
DAC stands for Destroy All Coolness.
I told you. I am a professor at UC Berkeley. I teach political economy, a bunch of classes in a program known as the Global Poverty in Practice program. And I've come to ask you all to do me a favor. I'm tired of teaching cynical undergraduates at Berkeley. I'm tired of undergraduates who think that government is useless, that it can't do anything. Teaching in political economy, they all want to go into the business school and become innovators and entrepreneurs because they see no hope in what you all are doing. And when I go to them today, 170 students today I was lecturing, and I was thinking about coming here tonight. And I was wondering, am I going to have to lie to them when I go back on Thursday and tell them about what our government's doing? How am I going to give them faith that what we're doing here is democratic and that what we're doing here can lead us to a better society, a more equal society? So I'm hoping that you're all listening to what you're seeing in this room tonight. This isn't normal that this many people come to a meeting because people aren't happy with this. They're not happy with any form of it. And so I think it's time that we put a stop to it. You're not here to lead the people with what you think is best. You're here to represent the people. Thank you.
My name is Elle. I also have time ceded by Tova Fry. I really applaud Ms. Brooks trying to bring some reason to this conversation. The problem is that even with the changes that Ms. Brooks is proposing, what we're seeing is a friendlier, gentler, kinder panopticon. It's still a huge fucking problem. And I apologize for my language. I know there are kids around. I'm sorry. It's still a huge problem. Even limiting the DAC just to the Port of Oakland has a chilling effect on the ability of port workers to organize against corrupt bosses, unfair working conditions, and it deprives them of the opportunity to strike. It's a major, major issue. I also really want to address a comment that Mayor Kwan made 2 weeks ago. She assured us that all of the tapes from the DAC would be super secure. This is a really big problem on a whole lot of levels. If we don't understand how data is being stored in the first place, how can you make assurances to its security? I want to see actual statistics on how long data is going to be stored, how it's going to be stored, how it's going to be secured. Will it be encrypted? How will it be encrypted? Which form of encryption will you be using? These are all really important questions. We know that the NSA has paid RSA $10 million for backdoors into their encryption programs. So are you going to be using something based off of RSA's random number generators? Because that's a huge issue too. My time is starting to wrap up. So I also just wanted to kind of throw out there that if this really is about protection of citizens and response to disasters, and we all know it's not, but I'm going to entertain your argument anyway. If this is really about that, wouldn't it be more productive to find a way to use the geolocation that the NSA is already tracking on all of our cell phones so that 911 calls get routed to the local police department instead of being routed through CHP? Because if you really want fast response times, routing people through CHP so that they then get routed to the appropriate response team and have to explain what's going on all over again is a way easier way to do that without spying on people. Just my 2 cents.
My name is Kristen George. A moment ago you heard from my son Indigo. Up late past his bedtime in the interest of democracy. And what I would like to say to you tonight is that I understand that whether you're talking about port security or surveillance through the city of Oakland, your interest is in improving safety, our safety. But I would like you to know that increased surveillance does not increase my family's safety. Rather, it increases our vulnerability to a suspicious and hostile state with a reputation for entrapment and torture of Muslims. And I would like very much for you not to record data on my family and I as we go about the mundane daily activities of our lives so that you can protect us from those hostile forces.
My name is Shut It Down. Shut it down! So I was in a mask last time, you might remember. I was in a mask last time because OPD was recording in the corner, and that made me extremely uncomfortable. I'm in a mask this time because OPD followed me back to my house after an anti-police brutality rally. And that makes me even more uncomfortable because this is almost like just symbolic now. So, you know, I think we've actually come a far way. I'm actually starting to trust a few of you, like not fully, but a few of you are really turning out to be some good people. Who I don't trust is the staff. I don't trust the staff at all. And I'm just going to read an email here. I think this has been mentioned a few other times. It's been like, you know, on the side, but nobody's actually taken the chance to read this email fully. This is between a Google employee and Renee Domingo. So this is dated October 3rd, 2013. Renee, great pleasure to meet you yesterday. We're all excited to help, and I look forward to speaking with you again. Please feel free to contact me anytime. Scott@google.com. Hi, Scott. Thank you. I spoke with our intern director of information technology, Asha Big, last night, and he will provide some potential dates for us to meet again and begin the dialogue. He's very interested in seeing some of the demos and products Google has available for our EOC, DAC, as well as how the city might partner with Google. I will also send this information out to the resilient cities challenges and request Google become one of Oakland's partners as well tomorrow. I am off-site at the meeting. Sorry, small picture. I'm off-site at the meeting all day. I look forward, on the behalf of the city of Oakland, to work with you and Google. That's so fucked up. Like, have any of you seen that before? Have any of you read that? Nonetheless, told Renee Domingo to contact Google on our behalf. Like, that's a real question. That's just absolutely disgusting to me. So the thing is, like, this DAC now, it doesn't matter what you do with it. Like, you could tear it down all the way and, you know, just leave it like this GIS or whatever these acronyms are. It's very symbolic now, though. That's the thing. This is a symbol of where the money come from. What it was tended to be used for was surveillance, was racism, was deportation. The only thing you can do now to redeem yourselves, not just to redeem yourselves, because I mean you haven't made a huge error yet. You can send a symbolic message. You can say absolutely no. Not even like, yeah, let's get these guys the GIS, because they're trying to contact Google. They're trying to integrate Google Maps and Gmail with our fucking city. You can't let them get away with that and say, okay, you messed up on that, but we'll still let you have what you asked for that was somewhat marginally sane. This is symbolic. Say no. Shut it down!
My name is Michael Foucault, and I will be reading a part of Discipline and Punish. Hence, the major effect of the panopticon, to induce in the inmate a state of consciousness and permanent visibility, that automatic functioning of power. So to arrange things such that surveillance is permanent in its effects, even if it is discontinuous in its action, that the perfection of power should tend to render its actual exercise unnecessary, that this architectural apparatus should be a machine for creating and sustaining power relations independent of the person who exercises it. In short, that the inmates should be caught up in a power situation of which they are themselves the bearers. To achieve this, it is at once too much and too little that the prisoner should be constantly observed by inspector. So what you guys are building is a prison system. and you're accusing us of being criminals. We are not prisoners, and you're specifically building a private prison system owned by corporations, GEO and CCA. They have minimum contractual requirements to fulfill their beds by 90% or more, and this is part of that. This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to fill the prisons. And I don't know how you're going to say you're going to build a large surveillance system when you can't even convict the people that have killed innocent people. I'm talking about Derek Jones, Alan Bluford, Oscar Grant. You haven't done anything about that. And even if this was about the port, if this was just about the port, all this is a handout to the Goldman Sachs. You guys just going to pay for their security system? It's Goldman Sachs security system. Why don't you go fill up Wells Fargo, all the other banks that own all the things around this town?
Do you have another minute?
No.
Do you have anyone like to see him time? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Philip Pease. I voted for you. I voted for you. I won't vote for you if you vote for this. Wait. I need my time. I'm a homeowner. I have kids in school here. Crime is a problem. This city has crime. Mayor Kwan, why are you sitting back there? I voted for you too. You came to my door, I shook your hand, I was at a meeting. That's fine. I want to know. No, you're my elected officials. I pay taxes in this town. My wife's family's been in this town since 1915. This town has had so many problems. I just moved here, but it is really sad. The police are trying to convince us to have this DAC center. If they can't police correctly, and I respect my local officers. I live near Piedmont Avenue. You know, I'm sure people have problems with the police. I'm sure there's problems. There is crime. But I'm here to say the DAC is a really stupid idea. Why can't you get the money? Why can't you get the money to work for the people in Oakland? Don't pay for this stupid system. There is no way it's going to work for people the way you say it's going to. I don't like those cameras and those shot spotters. Who's next? Who's going to be watched? I'm not paranoid, but I'm telling you right now, these systems trap people. So we all have to watch what we do all the time, right? You're not going to pick your nose when you're right in front of that camera, right? I'm not making this up. You know, crime goes on. You can't even catch crime with... will somebody give me some time? So, why can't the police... You know, there were criminals on my back porch a few years ago. There was a crime on Piedmont Avenue. They were on my porch. I was standing inside my door with a stick. It took them a half hour to get there. And when the officers showed up, they were out on the street. I said, you know, they were in my backyard. Oh, no, we have to wait for the helicopter. I'm like, wait for the helicopter to get two people that were on my back porch and they ran down? They have to wait for the helicopter. It took a half hour for the helicopter to get there. Then they had a SWAT team in my yard. That's what I pay taxes for. The DAC, how is that going to change that? Somebody tell me. I mean, everything I've heard tonight, it doesn't sound like it's going to make any difference. If you need to guard the port, guard the port. Don't guard all of Oakland. You need to make people feel like they're loved in this city. Everybody. All my neighbors. Everybody here. You know, we all have to live together. We don't have to look at each other and hate each other. Why do you think those kids come from the neighborhoods looking to steal stuff? Because they have nothing better to do. I grew up in a really place with... No. No. We need things for kids to do. We need things for kids to do. That's it. And I give up. But you guys, you should do the right thing, and you should rein this in right now. The federal government doesn't know what it's up to doing this. They're stepping way beyond what is constitutional, and you guys need to watch out because it is true. And I heard you on the radio this morning. Unfortunately, I wouldn't vote for you, Mr. Gallo. Because I don't think that I go out in my neighborhood. I go out and talk to people all the time.
Thank you, sir.
I have caught
thank you.
criminals, but I'm
Thank
just
you, sir.
saying that these eyes, police eyes, people walking around talking to people, that's how you solve crimes. You don't have cameras watching everybody.
Thank you.
Jesse Smith. Am I on? Okay. Now, I really miss Nancy Nadell at this point. She was an engineer, and she understood data. I expect at least you cats to understand the law. Now, the third-party doctrine and the Patriot Act, sections 214 and 215, make a privacy policy impossible. They don't need a warrant because of the way you've structured the distribution of information. It's completely out of your hands. You'll never know about it. They won't tell you about it. It's just ludicrous. Look up the Patriot Act 214 and 215. Look up the third-party doctrine. Now, all of you would fail a technology competency test. That should really be required for you to pass any laws anticipating this kind of thing. For instance, when Brooks got applause talking about how ShotSpotter is audio surveillance, everyone applauded, but I was laughing because that's wrong. Now, if a percussion wave from a gunshot knocks over a domino and hits a switch and that turns on a light on the map, that's not audio surveillance. But it is intrusive. You don't understand how this technology works. Now, what if the CCD chip in a camera takes those ones and zeros, never displays them on a monitor, but puts them into an analytics program that tells cops who it is, where they are, and all that information, maybe even personal and private information about that person? That's using a camera, but it's not visual surveillance. And this is the standard that the NSA has been using for the turmoil program and how they tapped Angela Merkel's phone. It's beyond your understanding. You don't understand the technology. It seems you don't even understand the law. And can I get a minute from somebody? Tony H. Now, if you're wanting something to help with crime or in the event of an earthquake or terrorist attack, that's not what the DAC looks like. There are a lot of open source options. The hacker community could build it and not run affront any kind of privacy concerns. It's technically and physically possible to build a system that can provide much more surveillance, much more information for first responders than the DAC is even offering to provide without violating anyone's sensibilities or rights. Basically, where is our decentralized communication network for citizens in the event of an emergency? That's a huge deal. During Katrina, lots of people were involved in providing that kind of an infrastructure on site and from afar. That's what we need if you want that Rockefeller Foundation money, which is what a large part of this is vying for. Also, what is up with the Nixle database? Lieutenant Bolton showed this to me because, well, cops are stupid, and he let me in and he showed me the database and everything. It's a cross-reference database on Oakland citizens based on text-to-tip information. This is a spy database. It's illegal. He doesn't realize it because it's just clicking a button, and it's that easy to break the law and violate everyone's rights. It's the Nixle database. It was established by, at the time, Sergeant Bolton, now Lieutenant Bolton. He's still on OPD, so ask him about that. Maybe we should sue him, yeah?
My name is Zaid Shakir. I'm representing the Lighthouse Mosque.
I'm sorry, could you say your name again, sir?
Shakir.
I couldn't hear you.
Z-A-I-D, Zaid Shakir, S-H-A-K-I-R. And I have the time of Montel Shakir. It's actually my wife. Very nice of her. So, to begin, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members, you should be proud of your constituents. If democracy requires an informed citizenry, you have that in Oakland. Because you've heard passionate, informed arguments, normally persuasive arguments, perhaps not tonight, that would lead you, in my estimation, to just say no to this project. But democracy also requires principled and informed politicians. We don't need politicians who express their concern for their constituents at election time. We need politicians like the late Chokwe Lumumba in Jackson, Mississippi, who represented the people, in that case, 84% of them, who voted for him. Dwight Eisenhower, not some anarchist, at least the history I read, didn't identify him as such, warned our nation of an emerging military-industrial complex. As a nation, we were not vigilant, and the military-industrial complex became entrenched into the social, economic, and political fabric of our nation. It morphed over time into the national security state. Now we have unwanted wars that cannot be ended, massive military bases that cannot be dismantled, especially if they're in your district. Even though those wars and bases have absolutely no efficacy in fighting terrorism, the declared new enemy. We have taxpayer funds, our money, that cannot be reallocated, and a series of ill-conceived fait accomplis that cannot be reversed. Now we have this steadily evolving national surveillance state, which is trying to enter us onto a similar slippery slope. Technologies that are adopted before their constitutional and moral implications have yet to be fully examined. Their hidden costs have not been adequately assessed, and the simple functionality of the technology has not been established. When our politicians, history shows us, plunge us into these murky waters, the outcome is seldom good and easily takes on an uncontrollable life of its own. In light of that, do what the overwhelming majority... In light of that...
One at a time?
I need 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Someone count. 10. In light of that, do what the overwhelming majority of the citizens of this city are asking you to do, demanding you to do. Just say no.
All right, my name is Joshua Smith. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I was going to cede my time. But I want to make sure everyone is aware here. Mayor Kwan, I want to make sure you're aware. I want to make sure all the media is aware. I was just assaulted outside of City Hall by private security backed up by OPD. I stepped up to a situation where one of our activists had pizza thrown at him by this private security. I take out my phone, start recording the incident. He assaults me. OPD is 3 feet away. Said they didn't see anything. Okay? Then this private security pulls out his phone, and I'm telling OPD, this man just assaulted me. You saw it. You're right in front of us. And he said, this private security guard says to me, you assaulted me. So I said, by videotaping you? And he said, yes. And I said, that's a good point, because that's why we're all fucking here tonight. So, here's how this is going to work. You thought I was pissed off before? We're taking it up a couple notches, okay? When I get assaulted outside of City Hall by private security with OPD 3 feet away who claim they didn't see anything, I'm coming after your asses now like you've never seen before. I get assaulted at a City Hall meeting. Now I'm pissed. I wasn't pissed before.
How y'all doing? Hello. All right. My name is Anwar Adam Muhammad Ali Ibrahim Saeed. If y'all don't understand that, that's 6 generations of like non-slave mentality. It's not on? Is it on? Okay, here we go. What happened just not too long ago, what this brother was just talking about, I walked up to police officers having a conversation with private security officers while they have 4 police officers there. I walked up there and just stood in the midst of them. I got questioned by Sergeant Kelly, like, what are you doing here? And I said, you know what, I could just sit here and listen to it as fuck I want to. And then as it went further, I started to like stand my ground as being a citizen of Oakland, and that I'm sitting here trying to understand what the hell they're doing. As far as the security officer from the new station come and talk to 4 police officers, there's 2 sergeants and regular officers. So I stood in the midst of it to hear the conversation. And then I got told to get away from here and go home by Sergeant Kelly. And I started to step away from there. When I started realizing I was close to Sergeant Karen, I realized I was too close to him, and I told him if we take more than 2 steps, if I give him the opportunity to step up to me in less than 1 step, then he has a right to arrest me. And that's how I decided to step back away from them. Sergeant Kelly started to walk towards me. And I started to walk away, walk back. And you guys know OPD got those fucking cameras. And every time that they deal with a suspect or a situation, they turn those things on. This time they didn't turn it on. Every last one of them. Not one of them had their camera on. Not one. As Sergeant Kelly walked by me, the other security guard that's dealing with the news station threw a pizza at me while I had 2 other officers in front of me.
Excuse me, is there anybody else who wants to cede time at this point?
Minute, man. Fuck
Can
that
I get
minute,
your
man.
name?
Okay.
1 more minute.
And then, look, listen, all right, thank you. All right. And then afterwards, what happened, Sergeant Kelly walked by, and the dude threw a pizza at me, and I said, you guys not going to, this man just threw a pizza at me. They act nonchalantly. So I picked up the pizza slice, walked up to the dude and asked him, why did you throw a pizza at me? I realized he didn't have a badge on him. I realized that he just had a plain uniform, so I stopped and didn't go any further. And I stopped. And this man got up from a sitting position, stood up, and pushed me in front of police officers. And then these police officers started walking towards me and told me they're going to arrest me for fucking assault. And then the only way that I had protection was the fact that other people that are fighting against this DAC, standing out there in the front, I said, hey, y'all, I just got fucking harassed and these police officers trying to arrest me for this. And the fact that Josh came out there with his camera is what saved me. Okay? I represent the 35 to 45-year-old black males here in Oakland that have been arrested under this so-called war on drugs, which is actually the war on crime on black folks out here. I came here in 1982. Right at the beginning of it.
Thank you for telling your story.
So can I finish? Can I finish, please? I got like 30 seconds.
Do somebody else wants to cede time?
30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. Okay. All right. Now, I represent 35 to 45-year-olds that have been out here, black males. Guess what? A lot of these 35 and 40-year-old males are no longer on parole, no longer on probation, and are out there trying to create a society for themselves, for their kids, and the other kids in their neighborhoods. I'm one of them, and I'm speaking for them. Guess what? All the people that you guys are arresting, all the ones that you are saying so-called committing all these crimes, are 18, 25 years old. Guess what? We are their mothers, we are their brothers, we are their sisters. And we can reach them a lot better than what you all think. That's all I have to say. And as far as that, y'all know where that's going. War on drugs, war on terror. You know what I mean? All this profiling on so-called back on the fucking oppressed. That's what the fuck this DAC is about. So no on that.
Thank you.
Members of the City Council, good evening. Thank you for your time and your patience. My name is Mahasan Muhsin. I am a black American Muslim, and growing up, the principles instilled in me were the same principles I found in the Muslim community in Oakland, who attend the Lighthouse Mosque when I moved here about 4 years ago. These are principles of justice, stability, freedom of speech, and equality. This is a community dedicated to caring for the welfare of the people, and one which is committed to instilling great values and morals in its young. These principles, values, and morals cannot be practiced upon if a community is intimidated by a system which impedes upon their privacy and could ultimately curb their right to speak out and speak up. We are part of the greater Oakland community, and beyond that, the greater human community, trying to create change for the better. Stifle us through the Domain Awareness Center and stifle the greatness that you yourselves represent. Stop this proposal. Instead, invest in things that the city needs and watch your community soar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Justin Henry Pandan Vidanis, but I am a Filipino Muslim and I am Filipino and a Muslim, and I have been traumatized by 600 years of surveillance by the Spanish Inquisition and manifest destiny of America. Is that when you talk about terror, you talk about how much it hurt. It hurt when you see words like boondocks in the words and you never know where that came from. Is that they were surveyed, they were stripped of their dignity. I'm not even supposed to be called Filipino if there was no Spanish Inquisition. I was a Maharakan. That was the nation of Islam in the Philippines. And then Americano comes in. And American comes in and calls us the Oriental niggers. And here's this barbaric. What I am seeing today. Do not copy the Spanish Inquisition. Do not do this. We are already traumatized. Do not traumatize the millennials. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Ella Khan. I'm a recent graduate of UC Berkeley, a resident of Alameda County, and a member of Lighthouse Mosque. My family owns a furniture business. One night before closing shop, my father went out to our adjoining storage unit to pull inventory for the next day when he was stopped by two policemen who accused him of trying to break and enter into private property, his own property. They demanded he show ID and a business license before letting him go. It is incidences like this one and dozens of others I could share with you that make members of my family and my community feel like outsiders in our own cities. People like my parents moved to this country with the hope of living in a true democracy that values the right to privacy and the right to assembly. Yet being constantly profiled and surveilled and under the threat of deportation, many in the Muslim community hesitate to participate in democratic forums such as this. How can we have a vibrant and inclusive democratic system when segments of our community are too crippled by fear to speak up for our rights? Even tonight, I hesitated to speak. Do we really want to enhance these feelings of fear and further ostracize our communities from one another and from our beautiful political system? The Domain Awareness Center will only serve to exacerbate these problems, even if, as the City Councilwoman said, it's only visual data. Although I am here tonight as a Muslim, I am also here as a child of immigrants, as many of us are, and a woman of color, because all people in all communities will be negatively impacted by the building of this surveillance system. As Mayor Kwan said in her letter released earlier today, as stewards of the public interest, we know the government does not simply get to say, trust us, and carry on. We have to earn that trust on a daily basis. We have to be accountable and transparent, and the public must be able to access mechanisms that ensure we stay that way. The DAC, citywide and at the port, will be counterproductive to these goals and set a dangerous precedent not only in Oakland but nationwide. Thank you.
My name is Ahlam Abdul Jalil. I also have 2 extra times. Phoebe Sanders and Raja Ali.
I'm sorry, can you give me those names again?
Yes, I may.
Sorry.
It is Raja Ali and Phoebe Sanders.
Okay, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisibly, for liberty and justice for all. I stand before you tonight, a 23-year-old Muslim Black American woman, member of Lighthouse Mosque, born, raised, and educated here in this country. Since grade school, I had memorized this pledge like a mantra to live by. Every morning, we'd have to recite it while we placed our right hands above our chests as if we were to manifest its meanings in our hearts. One nation, under God, indivisibly, with liberty and justice for all. I never thought that all those mornings I'd be preparing to recite it and remind you all of what this country was built on. And the belief that was molded in our hearts. Liberty and justice for all is not just a catchy phrase that you teach first graders. It's a truth that must be prominent in our lives. It is a fundamental right as human beings who breathe and bleed the same. It should not be a luxury to those who can afford it, or a condition of prosperity given to those with authority. It is a lived reality, or should be. And when it is evident that it may be taken away, it is our moral obligation to demand otherwise. This domain awareness center that you propose is a monster in the making that will prey on the people. And I will not stand and allow my tax dollars to be spent creating this horror that will haunt and enter our homes. These streets are our homes. And we need to be cognizant that this spy center will only further dismantle our communities. It is harmful to our mental health. It is harmful to our spiritual health. The people in this community are tense. There are daily reminders of if you see something, say something, hide your keys, hide your smartphones, hide your jewelry, anything worth value. Constantly stay alert and on the lookout because you never know who's going to take something that belongs to you. Forgetting that the true threat is that which takes away our inalienable rights. If we perpetuate this madness, this spying on each other, this alerting the authorities whenever we're suspicious of someone else, do you not see how it will reinforce ignorance and hate? If I am habitually forewarned of the potential threat that my dear respected sisters and brothers may have on me, how do you expect us to ever unite? How can we speak of protection in stopping crime when the very means of protection you propose is a clear crime in itself? Surveillance instills fear and division. It has little to no impact on crime. The primary function I see is to manufacture fear to keep Americans under control, and we will not be silenced. If you want to watch us harmonize and bring unison to the hearts of the community. The hearts have to be connected with belief. A bright, glorious dawn will come if we believe in liberty and justice for all. If you believe in your transformative power, then protect us from having our liberties persecuted. If you believe that this pledge is more than just a catchphrase you teach to first graders, then let it be a lived reality. Let us stand as one nation under God, indivisibly for liberty and justice for all.
Madam President, respected council members, Assalamu alaikum, may peace be upon you. My name is Imran Ali. I'm a teacher up at UC Berkeley and I live in North Oakland.
I'm sorry, can you give me your name?
Imran Ali.
Thank you.
Listening to everything that's been said today and at the last city council meeting, it brought to my mind a passage I'd seen somewhere recently. I think it's a passage from the Bible, and it goes, where there is no vision, the people perish. after having heard everything the people in these chambers, this time, the last time, have to say, I know that there's no risk of that happening to these people. Because they and the people they represent that aren't here are people of vision. From what I've heard, they have a vision that foretells and a vision that imagines. The vision that foretells asks, where are we today? What are the options put before us? Today is the DAC. And if you took this option, where would it take us? What kind of society would we have? What kind of community would we live in? What kind of people would we be? They've looked down that road the DAC will take us, and they've given you a resounding no. We do not want to go there. They have a vision that imagines as well. It starts at the other side. What kind of society do we want to have? What kind of community do you want to live in? What kind of people do we want to be? And from there, it draws back to where we are today and imagines pathways of virtuous cycles that we would be wise to take. These people are your constituents, and you're the representatives, so you too must have that vision, and I'm confident that you do. I pray that your vision that foretells will let you look down this path the DAC will take us and say no and end it today. I pray that your vision that imagines will bring you back together, the people who are here today and the people who can't be here today, to collectively build a future that's worthy of our imaginations. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello. My name is Nadia Hussein. Actually, many of you on the council know me through a lot of my Democratic Party involvements, a lot of the work I've done as a community leader in Oakland, starting organizations, and pursuing a lot of justice and equality in Oakland itself. Many of my friends work in your offices. Many of my friends are actually working on your campaigns as well. But I'm actually here today as an American Muslim woman, which is something many of you might not know about me. And I'm here to tell you that over the last 13 years, the American Muslim community has faced an unprecedented level of spying in our communities, with at least 15,000 paid FBI informants and 45,000 unpaid informants. And this has actually been the largest intelligence program, even bigger than COINTELPRO, which we in Oakland are very well aware of. I also wanted to bring up another point. The way I found out about the DAC Center was because I was at an NSA panel that KQED was holding, and Daniel Ellsberg mentioned that Oakland was considering this. And at the time, actually, I was a bit confused. I said, no way, Oakland, progressive Oakland, an Oakland that always values liberty, values expression. And many of you here were and are activists. You protested in your own right. I know this about some of you. And I'm asking you to look at that person that you were. You're still that person today. And think about what it means now as you're representing your communities. I talked to council. Can I have a minute from someone else? Is it okay? Huh? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I wanted you to look back at that person and think about today. I spoke with my councilman down Calb. I live in District 1. And he said that, this is really being blown out of proportion. That, there's been a lot of rumors and maybe we're not really understanding and we're making a big deal out of this. But what I'm saying is, the biggest issue started out small. And we're here to nip it at the bud. We're asking you to nip it at the bud. We think that this is a problem. And also, just so you know, we're getting money. Money is not free. Everybody knows that. They want something in return. Department of Homeland Security has lied over and over again. So when you say that, no, we promise that this won't happen, I'm sorry, but those promises have been broken before. And you know what? I'm sorry, but they're going to be broken away. Nothing is free. If they give us $10 million, they're going to want $10 million of information back. And on behalf of the American Muslim community, I'm asking you to protect our families. Please protect our values and care about what we're saying to you tonight. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. May the peace, blessings of God and mercy of God be upon you all. My name is Abbas Darab, and I am originally from Virginia, and I go to school here in California. I first wanted to start off by I also have one person speaking, so I'm Ali Qirat.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Ali Kirat.
Thank you.
And so I just wanted to start off by just thanking you all, by just giving us the opportunity to speak to you and engage you. And I think this is a really great opportunity to really exercise our power of democracy. And, you know, we have a lot of doubters who say we don't really have a true democracy here in the United States, but I think this right now is a great opportunity. And just to dovetail off my teacher, Imam Zaid, who said that, you know, the voice has been clearly heard. You know, it's pretty obvious where the people stand. And now you as our representatives have an opportunity to really make that democracy come to real life tonight. And so I hope, and not only do I hope, I have a good opinion that you people, as people of consciousness, who stand by, you know, ethics and real morality, will take the right position tonight. So I really I just thank you for even being here and having the patience to listen and really engage us and put up with some of the, you know, hectics that are going on here. So I really commend you for that. I just wanted to make one quick Martin Luther King quote, just to continue Black History Month beyond the month that just passed, which is that, as we're all familiar, darkness cannot remove light. I'm forgetting it now. Darkness cannot remove darkness. Only light can do that. And hate cannot remove hate. Only love can do that. And just a general reminder for the community here. I feel like there's a lot of tension going on, and there's a lot of hate, justified anger, but there's a lot of hate overflowing. And I think we just need to recognize the humanity in the room, that whether you're behind the podium or you're standing here, we're all in the same struggle together. And I just feel a lot of hate, and I think there's justified anger, but at the same time, we're all here together. Even people in the crowd are fighting, but we're all in the same struggle. At the end of the day, we all have children and grandchildren who want to grow up in peace and safety in the society. So to recognize that human element, I think, is a good reminder. No one here is enemies. And I think, you know, that the surveillance could be an opportunity to make more borders, which is why people are angry, which is justified. Just one thing I wanted to mention is just a paradigm shift. Just in the title of the DAC, domain awareness. I just want to say, you know, it's really a reaction. You know, we're not really doing anything to prevent crime. It's an awareness, which is a reaction. After something happens, we respond to the situation. But why not domain prevention program, right? Where we're responding to it before it even occurs. Instead of a reactionary element, why don't we do something? The question is, why is there so much crime in the first place? Instead of reacting on how we're going to respond to it. So, you know, just that paradigm shift of how we look at the problem, and to really look at the essence of the problem, what's going on. And so, I don't know if anybody has any more time, but you know, so to look at the essence, because this is really a temporary bandage of how we're going to respond to it, but how can we look at the real root of it and respond to what's really going on at the heart of the matter? Why is there so much crime in Oakland, and why is it one of the highest rate cities in terms of its crime and death rates? And then, you know, alternatives is where we can invest more money to build more community and things of that nature, but really just a paradigm shift. Instead of a reactionary method of how we're going to deal with the crime, how can we prevent that crime more? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Ropelos, and I have time
I am
seated.
so sorry. Could you speak just a little bit louder?
My name is John Ropelos.
Uh-huh.
I have time seated from me from Hamad Khan, and I think that would be enough, but I'm sure Thomas Jefferson or Benjamin Franklin would offer some time for me. Madam President, distinguished council members,
Louder.
the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whosoever of you sees an evil, let him change it with his hand. And if he is not able to do so, then let him change it with his tongue. And if he is not able to do so, then with his heart. And that is the weakest form of faith." I stand before you today primarily as a concerned citizen, but more importantly as a Muslim. And as a Muslim, I am a victim. Shortly after I converted to the beautiful religion of Islam, my mother, the woman who held my hand and sat next to me as I took the testimony of faith, the Shahada, sent me a handwritten letter in the post. In it she said to her son, "Dear John, your recent life choice has forced me to write this letter. I'm warning you to be mindful of what you say on the phone, what you type in your emails, and what you do, because there is a real possibility that the government will be watching you. You, a Muslim." I picked up the phone and I called my mother immediately. I said, "Mom, don't worry. You don't have to write letters. I'm a Muslim. I know my government is watching me." Some months later, a good friend of mine received a threatening, coercive email. In it, the assailants disclosed my own personal, private information that was gathered from my phone conversations, emails, and daily activities. They had tried to break the bonds of friendship that I had established with this person. And In speaking with this friend of mine, they said, I'm not shocked. This has happened to me before. And this is what happens to people who are Muslim. Thomas Jefferson said, experience hath shown that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with power have, in time and by slow operations, perverted it into tyranny. All oppression and tyranny originate from concerns for safety. It was desire for safety that led us to declare a war on terrorism, that led us to draft the Patriot Act. This same desire leads us to tap into phones, computers, and cameras across the country and across the world. It is from the best intentions. Can Hamad, let's see, Hamim?
And can you give me the name? I'm sorry.
Hameen Rahman.
The guy in the back. What's your name in the back?
It is from the best intentions that we have constructed a giant leviathan dedicated to the clandestine espionage of the American people. 137 cameras, I believe, they said. Thermal sensors, logistical command, GIS system, CAD. Do we live in a war zone or do we live in a city? We know you have the best intentions in bringing the DAC to Oakland. We know you want safety. But ladies and gentlemen, crime is an STD, a socially transmitted disease. If you want to fight crime, then fight poverty. Fight the crumbling educational system, or fight the endemic institutionalized racism and prejudice that is a plague in our land. Do not allow the roads by which prejudice, injustice, and tyranny can march down to be paved at your hands. We know you want safety, but those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. I would encourage you to consider your constituents, those who you represent, the loud flock behind me that you tend. Protect their rights as if they were your own. Finally, the people over here who want to see everything that we do should keep in mind that God is the only one who sees all, and His judgment is true, and His justice is swift. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Heyman, and I'm here representing the Transport Workers Solidarity Committee. Most of our members work here in the Port of Oakland. I did myself up until a few years ago. I'm retired now. But before I begin, I just want to say this is about purchasing a security apparatus for the port when you're closing schools in Oakland because you don't have enough money, when there are housing problems in the city of Oakland. Social services are in dire need of financial support. So it's your fiduciary responsibility to unlock that link, that artificial barrier between the Port of Oakland and the City of Oakland. We own the Port of Oakland. The people, it belongs to all of us here. And Oakland is not a poor city. The Port of Oakland is the 5th largest in the country, and the wealthiest country in the world. And we need to tap into that wealth. Over $3 billion worth of cargo is coming across the docks every year here. And it needs to go to the people of Oakland, and it's not happening, and you're wasting money on things like the Domestic Awareness Center. Shame on you. Now, the reason I say that is because concretely, I have seen the way security works in the port. So let's go back to 2003 when some of you weren't sitting up here, but I was business agent for the official, for the Longshore Union. There was a port protest against the war in Iraq, a war that was based on lies, and the thousands of people that went out there to protest were viciously attacked by the OPD. Too bad the cameras weren't there at that time, but the point of the matter is that where the violence is coming from is not from the workers in the port. It's not from the people of Oakland. It's from the OPD. In fact, That's not
Mr.
my
Heyman?
opinion. This is what the UN Human Rights Commission said in 2003. This was the worst case of violence against people protesting against the war.
Does someone have a minute
I
for
mean,
you?
and it goes on and on. So
Somebody's giving it up.
another case of violence was recently there was an occupation or encampment in front of City Hall here by Occupy Oakland. An Iraqi veteran by the name of Scott Olson was almost killed by the OPD. He was hit in the head with a tear gas canister. And that provoked a tremendous outrage amongst the entire city of Oakland, to the point that there was a historic march into the port of, I don't know, 40 or 50,000 people. It was a sea of people. That is a democratic vote. Of people outraged by the way the OPD is working. And the cameras need to be focused on the police, not on the citizens of the city.
Okay, thank you.
That's where the violence is coming from. So I just want to strongly urge the council here to not only take option, the third option, to stop it in its tracks, but to remove the cameras that are already in the port. Those cameras are being put in rest areas where longshoremen are taking their breaks. They're being directed against mainly port truckers from Africa, Asia, and Latin America that don't have a union. And what they want to do is have a union, have decent wages. But if they have picket lines, guess what? The police come out there and attack these minority workers who are trying to organize unions.
Is somebody willing to give you more time? You've
Can
had
I get another minute here?
You've had at least 4 minutes, so
Okay.
please wrap it up.
All right, one last thing, because I'm trying to speak concretely about acts of violence in the port. It's not coming from the people. There was a picket line also during the recent BART strike in the port. The OPD came down without an injunction, without anything, and one of the brass told the BART picketers it's illegal for them to picket in the port. Now that is not true. There was no violence committed here, but what you're doing going down this road of cameras and more security is you're taking away workers' rights to strike and people's right to protest against imperialist wars like the ones in Iraq and Afghanistan. And maybe the next one in the Ukraine or Crimea. I don't know. But I'll say one thing about the people in the Bay Area. We have a proud tradition of standing up for civil rights, for civil liberties, and look what's come out of here. The free speech movement. The Black Panthers, who, by the way, were targeted by COINTEL, government security, and 38 of them were killed by the FBI. So we have a proud tradition in the Bay Area of standing up for civil rights, and we need to continue that. Vote down that Domestic Awareness Center.
Good evening. My name is Mike Rufo. I'm a member of the Bill of Rights Defense Committee and the San Francisco 99 Coalition's Civil Liberties Committee. And a couple things I wanted to say quickly. The context for all this, we have to remember, is the federal government has abandoned the Fourth Amendment with respect to the NSA's unwarranted mass surveillance program. That is the context that we're living in. So we have no trust that our Constitution is actually being enforced. The Supreme Court 2 days ago refused to hear the Center for Constitutional Rights case on the unwarranted spying. So the courts have also abandoned the Fourth Amendment. No Fourth Amendment, no Fifth Amendment, no democracy. That's what we're concerned about. Okay, that's the context for this whole night tonight. So with that little levity, little song for you, with apologies to the Eagles. Well, the NSA sure seemed to find out early how to open our files without a key. They didn't let the Constitution bother them, or the Fourth Amendment's right to privacy. They say if you're innocent, then you got nothing to fear. So why not let us into the corners of your mind? You don't have to worry, you can trust us. Just don't be thinking thoughts we find unkind. And my oh my, they sure know how to scare us, to convince us to give up our liberty. But old Ben Franklin got it right the first time. He said, don't give it up for false security. Now I'm almost done. Now the government says they're ready to debate us about FISA, PRISM, and whether we're still free. But we know there wouldn't be much to discuss without Edward Snowden's love for his country. They can't hide their spying eyes, and their smiles a thin disguise. I thought by now they'd realize there ain't no way to hide their spying eyes.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, they can't hide their spying eyes. The NSA can't hide its spying eyes.
Thank
Let's
you,
not
sir.
have that in Oakland. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, my name is Incognito.
Can you hear what he said?
I'm here to,
We can't really understand you very well.
that's fine. I'm here to read you Penal Code Section 185. That is, it shall be unlawful for any person to wear any mask, false whiskers, or any personal disguise, whether complete or partial, for the purpose of 1, evading or escaping discovery, recognition, or identification. Key point. In the commission of a public offense. That being said, right now, this is legal. If you implement DAC, I'm going to wear this mask every single day. And I suggest that we all wear masks every single day. Because as long as we're not committing a crime, it is within our legal right. And I can see the fear in your eyes because I'm wearing this mask. Because you know at any time I could commit that crime, and then you wouldn't know who I was.
Thank you, sir.
And that's
Your
what's
time is
scary about the
expired.
mask. But I'm gonna... So
Sir, your time is expired unless someone wants to donate a minute to
As
you.
well. The mask scares gentrifiers. I've seen this. And I'm also gonna end this with
Mr.
a
Nito, your
quote.
time has expired. Please either get someone to cede time to you or let the next speaker begin, please.
Just say your name. Just somebody say a name, and then they'll give me some time. There you go.
Well, no, we don't. Seriously, you've got a lot of people are waiting to speak, and we got your point.
I have a quote. Man is least himself when he talks in his own person. Give him a mask, and he will tell you the truth. Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I'm going to ask Allah to protect me from misleading and from being misled. One thing I wanted to mention to y'all, and I'm going to go a little easy on you because you've been getting it all night. is when people look historically at Nazi Germany, the argument that most of the Nazis made for their participation in orchestrated genocide was that all they were responsible for was, writing a name on a list or passing along a dossier on a family or something like that. And you all are moving us into a world where not one nation will have the ability to do what they were doing at that time, but a global power structure will have the ability to do this to every part of the world, which makes it almost an uncheckable force. Almost. When the Nazis were doing the things that they were doing, there was all these other nations who were engaging them in war and, different means to check the genocide. I got time from Khalil Gibran here and Khadija Khan. So they were all having these little parts to play in this grotesque scheme that was happening, and you all are playing a little part in a big grotesque scheme as well. And I'm imploring you to think about your souls in this context. I'm going to commit to do everything within my power to prevent this DAC from coming into existence or any other types of fusion centers that you all want to build in the future. And we're all going to be organizing, speaking, struggling, working against that program of international police state. But you all have to worry about your souls and your participation in the subjugation of the world vis-a-vis little software and computer networks that you just sign off on, or you press a button which totally removes the reality, the human reality of people who are being disappeared and tortured and people whose lives are being ruined by so-called law enforcement agencies nationally and internationally. And you all are in this position to represent the interests of the people who you're selling up the river to, NSA, FBI, CIA, which I'm sure you all are very aware of their policies of dirty wars and fostering distrust and fostering the destruction of people's lives and whole communities. And I feel like, politically, I don't even need to make the point. It's already been made. You all know that at every point that the community has been aware of these proceedings, the community response has only grown. The community outrage has only grown. And it can be very simple. Just say no. It's all you have to do is just say no. And you can have a clean conscience. You can know that you're not offering people to secret dungeons to be tortured in, which is a reality for many Muslim men in the world and Muslim women, especially Muslims, especially dark-skinned Muslims, simply because people have faith and have a fear of God.
Thank you, sir.
So good evening to all of you, and first I'm going to ask for some time because I think this is going to take about 3.5 minutes or so.
All right.
Can you give me your name, sir?
My first name is Ibrahim. My last name is Moss. And I'm from the Lighthouse Masjid, as are other people here. So this is about...
Well, so are you going to get some time from Evelyn something? That's 1 minute.
Ibrahim Salam, excuse me.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I think I have enough, so we got 3 more minutes at it.
So, yeah, right. I was
So
just trying to keep up with the names. I'm sorry.
You got
So,
3.5 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is about pendulums, handcuffs, and fences. So I'm going to take a long way to talk about something that all of you have heard tonight. So we go all the way back to the time before this Constitution was formed. So we had British in this country who controlled everything. And the Founding Fathers said, let's go against them. Let's fight for freedoms. But while fighting for freedoms, let's make assurances that Americans had freedoms as well. So while they guaranteed things like liberty, they did something else. They said, we're going to handcuff ourselves. We're going to make assurances that the government does not abuse the people. So the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, 14th Amendment, and other things would come out of that. And all those things you benefited from. You benefited from NAAC versus Alabama, where you had laws that decided that the state couldn't pry into things like personal membership records or associations records or members list. You benefited from that. When there were things like Roe v. Wade that came, you benefited from that. How many people have to disclose information about themselves having to do with abortion rights or women's rights to choose? So that's when the pendulum was going really well. It was going in directions of the people. And the state itself was handcuffed. But other things happened. We had civil rights movements. We had war on drugs. We had law and order. We had COINTELPRO. And the government says, let's take our handcuffs off and let's put them on people. So that's what we had. That happened, and criminalization happened to things that would normally be just ordinary forms of activities. We fast forward to times of war. The war comes, and the United States says, everyone who lives in a Muslim country is a suspect. We'll make them the terrorists. And by the way, some of them happen to exist in this country as well. So laws were created in this country to take away the rights of citizens. And this whole momentum, this whole pendulum of taking rights away from people came, and it became almost like an incestuous pool of unconstitutionality. And that's what we are faced with now. But some things have happened as well. We've had the Edward Snowdens of the world who said no. You've had chancellors in Germany to say no. You've had people who are in Brazil to say no. You've also had people who have been popularly elected here, Representative Barbara Lee, who have said no. They have said no to domestic surveillance in any form. So that's what you're faced with now. You're faced with that. You're faced with some things that have come as well. New York City has stop and frisk. They got an overwhelming vote from people who were in office who said that's wrong, and now we're going to protect people. You've had stop and frisk laws be turned into apologies from police commissioners for what they did to people. Now we have you. So everything has come full circle. The pendulum is now swinging in the direction of people. They now have gathered power. And it's up to you to make a decision. You can criminalize normal behavior. You can make the innocent the suspect. Or you can say we're going to make the people the ones who we're going to protect. The third part of this bill that's before you is one that's reasonable. If you want to do the right thing, you can say, let's just start from the beginning and make assurances that before we do anything, we'll make assurances that people have rights. We will handcuff ourselves, and from that, we'll build everything. And from having listened, I'm just about done, listened to people who were here earlier today. If the police department cannot track themselves, there's an app for it that's free. So much of the technology that you're asking the police department to have is available for absolutely free. The only thing we have to do is think smartly about what we already have and make some good solutions.
Thank you, sir. Next.
My name is Lou Katz. I'm old enough to remember J. Edgar Hoover and his disregard for the Constitution, the House Un-American Activities Committee, the pursuit of Martin Luther King by various law enforcement agencies. I was in Wisconsin when Joe McCarthy was brought down. Throughout American history, various government actors have tried to suppress and destroy lawful requests for transparency and accountability and to disrupt lawful dissent. Recent revelations show that nothing has changed. The people of Oakland and of this country have been given evasive, misleading, vague, and non-answers, as we heard tonight, to important questions about the surveillance center, and in some instances have been lied to. Experience has shown over and over that any information collected by a state actor can and will be used against law-abiding people anywhere in the country. I have been a resident of Oakland District 4 for 30 years, and my tax money would be much better spent to cancel an entire surveillance system than to continue or expand it. You, the council and mayor, are unbelievably naive if you think that any so-called privacy policy will have any effect whatsoever against a determined state actor with the power both to block any discussion and the power to imprison should anyone disclose it. The only information that cannot be coerced is information you do not collect. Disband the surveillance center now and protect our rights under the First and Fourth Amendments. Notice that if the feds really wanted to fight crime, how come they didn't give us money for more police?
Hello, Madam President and fellow council members. I have two seeds, I think Rashida Plenty and Sadia Rahman.
Can you tell me the first name again? Your head was turned away
sorry,
from the mic.
Rashida Plenty.
And your name?
Yeah, and also Sadia Rahman. Oh, my name is Aisha Darab. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I get nervous in front of cameras. Like, I'm just not a big camera person. So I know social media kind of tells us otherwise, but I think there's a number of people out there that just don't like cameras in general. Like, I'm a little uncomfortable right now, I'll be honest. But I first and foremost wanted to thank all of you guys. I know it's almost, it's past 11:30 and you guys have been here for a long time. I just want to say thank you for being so patient and listening to your constituents. So my name is Aisha Darab, and I am a college student at in the city of Berkeley, and I also attend Lighthouse Masjid. My parents immigrated here from Afghanistan, and being born here, I am a very proud citizen of this country. But seeing the atrocities that our government has committed in Afghanistan, the minds and the lives of those countless Afghans that have been destroyed based on the military-industrial complex of our country, I cannot stand here and watch as America begins to pave a similar path on its own soil. The proposal of the Domain Awareness Center on the floor tonight, it's not just an issue of spying in the city of Oakland, it's an issue of the unchecked power of government and the freedom of each and every citizen in this country, including the people of Oakland. The proposal is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional because of the possibility of government authority infringing on the private lives of its citizens. Quite frankly, I think we all know that the DAC is unnecessary. The fact that the federal government will have more knowledge about where I've gone and what I've done than my own family, my parents, my friends, my siblings, it just seems unnecessary, and it's honestly, it's not right. Where is the privacy? Where are the checks? This country was founded on checks and balances for the reason that no part of the federal government should have the power to infringe on the rights of American citizens. This is about principle. So I ask, where are the checks and where is the balance? This is not just about whether or not the government will spy on us. It's about the fact that it's about the possibility that they will or that they could. The fact that the possibility exists does not assure that it won't happen. The installation of these so-called surveillance cameras is an abuse of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, which I think one of the brothers had pointed out, like, we don't even care about the Constitution anymore. But I would just like to emphasize that it allows people to use probable cause to exploit any citizen on the evidence of where you have been and how many times you've been there. I mean, how many times do we go to the grocery store? Do we just do normal things that could be used for suspicion? And inevitably in Oakland, this will most likely lead to unreasonable discrimination of the African Americans, Latinos, Muslims, and others in the community. Many of those members who already feel unwanted pressure from government authorities. This proposal is an infringement on our freedom in this country. We are not free or liberated if we cannot move and work freely in our public spaces. And freedom is not possible if American citizens constantly feel watched and surveillanced by the local and federal government. That includes Oakland. You guys are our local government. The government does not have the right to infringe on the freedoms of Americans in this manner, or in any manner for that. It was only 50 years ago, in 1964, that Congress passed the Civil Rights Act, which led to the establishment of equal protection under the law. Yet it appears that 50 years later, we are taking a giant step back. We went from equal protection to almost no protection. Because who has protection when there almost always remains a possibility for illegitimate suspicious activity in probable cause? Thank you for your time, Council, and I trust you guys will make the right decision.
Thank you.
In the name of our God, who is the most merciful and the most kind, my name is Scott Doolin, and I'm here with the Lighthouse Masjid, and I simply wanted to back up an idea that has been proposed before me. The funds that are utilized here would be most beneficial if transferred to an educational program designed to entice, excite, and give meaning to our youth, not just an ends. That is how to foster trust, respect, and security within a community of which we are all a part. I also wanted to point out that in about 6 hours, a lot of people in this room will be saying, prayer is better than sleep, and I thank you for understanding that. May peace be with you and may light fill your heart. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maya Schweike. I'm speaking here tonight as a resident of Oakland. I'm also speaking here tonight as a public educator working in the county. I'm also a member of the Lighthouse Mosque, along with my brothers and sisters here. So it's pretty obvious. I stand here, I stand with those against the development of this project. We want complete eradication of the whole thing, like number 3 all the way. I feel that this surveillance will be used as a tool of injustice that will discriminate against minorities and perpetuate racial, religious, and political profiling. And there's just too much potential for the abuse of civil liberties here. There's just too much potential. We need to just stop it. Everyone deserves a right to privacy. As a public high school teacher, I want my students to feel comfortable when they go to school. I don't want them to feel like they're being targeted. If the DAC develops, it's bound to affect and increase surveillance within the education system, which will only lead to an increase in the disadvantages within that system. Specifically, I'm speaking to the school-to-prison pipeline here. As a resident and as an American, I want to feel safe just kind of going about my daily business. The DAC will absolutely increase the culture of fear within the Oakland community, which is really detrimental to our growth as a society. Does anyone have another minute? Tanya? Thanks. Talia? Thanks. Just one is fine, I think. Thank you. I appreciate it. So as a Muslim, especially living in the post-9/11 world, I don't want to feel like I'm being targeted any more than I already am without the DAC. because of my faith tradition. And I'm sure you've heard before, you've heard here tonight that surveillance is against our tradition in Islam. Whether this project ends up going citywide or staying within the port, that's almost irrelevant. Why? Because we don't need any more surveillance, period. That's it. In our community. And something important to note, we as Muslims, we're not speaking just about our Islamic community. We're speaking about the larger societal community that we live in. So the Oakland community is our community. The Oakland people are our brothers and sisters. That's really important to know. And so we demand, rights for all. Just one last thing, I think I can speak on behalf of the Muslim community in saying that we will not tolerate our tax dollars being funding this project at all in any way. So again, just say no. Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you, council members. So I have time from Michael Diddums. Could I get time from somebody else? Okay.
Well, before you start, I'm sorry. Michael,
again. My name is Layla. I'm an Oakland resident and alumna of UC Berkeley and a member of multiple multicultural communities in the Bay Area. Shout out to the Lighthouse. I also want to shout out the incredibly diverse incredibly diverse audience that we have here tonight, the range of ethnicities, ages, incomes, and neighborhoods that are represented here. So the strange circumstance under which this debate occurs today is that the Domain Action Center Phase 2 already exists. It's already here, and most of us know it. In December 2013, it was reported by the New York Post that the FBI has access to turn on and off the webcam in your computer. A fusion center already exists in Northern California, a data aggregate center that collects and then shares information about ordinary citizens between multiple agencies, local police stations, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI. So this level of data sharing and collaboration is unprecedented in U.S. history. So make no mistake, Domain Awareness Center Phase 2 is already here. The question before the council tonight is whether you want to exacerbate and expand the current, already pretty dismal state of affairs. So moving on, I do have some choice words for Mayor Jean Quan. As a Chinese American young woman, I was really proud when I first heard that Oakland was on its way to electing a Chinese American woman as mayor and a progressive champion at that. Then Occupy happened. And I was saddened to learn the mayor was complicit in one of the largest exercises of police force in the history of this city, complete with helicopters and tear gas. And a small bud of bitterness blossomed inside me. Here was a Chinese mayor in a city, and how many cities in this country can say that? A Chinese female mayor in a city and a region with a proud history of progressive Asian American leadership, adopting a language of stability, security, and protecting our city. I guess it shouldn't have come as a surprise then when our city's leadership gave in to the seduction of federal dollars and the shiny promise of a technology upgrade. So once again, today, I'm saddened to know that my Chinese American mayor has been mostly a staunch supporter of a system that will undoubtedly authorize surveillance against Chinese communities who stand in solidarity with our Black, brown, Muslim, Palestinian, and white communities who dissent against this government. But there's still time. Mayor Jean, members of the City Council, there's still time to reverse course. Over 100 citizens have stayed for several hours today because we are hopeful. And we remain hopeful. I'll end with a simple Turkish proverb that says, no matter how far you've gone down the wrong road, turn back, turn back. Thanks.
Can I get a couple minutes from some of you, please? A couple. My name is Shaima Helmi, and today I'm coming to speak as, first off, a Muslim, second, a displaced person of color from Egypt who happened to be displaced in your city out of anywhere else in the world, because of the political turmoil of my country, Egypt. I want to give you an idea about the present of my country that you don't want to see as the future of your city. People are getting targeted and killed literally with the same exact policies that you're trying to enforce right here. People have to think about what they're posting on Facebook, whether their picture in an event will be used against them. You have to think twice before anything you decide on doing. And throughout my experience traveling around the U.S. In the last couple of years, I sensed the same thing within the Muslim community. A lot of people I know all over the U.S. are so afraid of making any open statement about their political positions, about their participation in anything because of the racial profiling. Most of the Muslims here are not just a minority, religiously speaking, but they're double and tribal minority because either they're immigrants, undocumented, people of color, and Muslim. So I don't really think that this idea is going to be of much help for the community here. And I think that the money that's going to be invested in such a project could actually be spent on much more useful initiatives that could be useful for the community here. I think that you have to think about what you're doing in an international context. Many countries all over the world are paying a very high price for applying such policies on their citizens. Creation of this culture of fear is not going to be any productive, neither for you nor for your own people. So you have to give it a thought, and I feel so inspired just to have the opportunity to stand up today and make a statement like that. I know that there's hundreds of thousands of Muslims and people of color in this country who are so fearful to the degree that they wouldn't risk standing up and speaking about their political opinions because of such policies that you're trying to implement here. Oakland has a beautiful history of progressive political actions. I didn't know about Oakland until a couple of years ago when Occupy happened. And then I came with the intention of learning about this progressive city. A lot of immigrants and people who are coming from countries in turmoil, like where I come from, come to the U.S. to find refuge, to not have to fear and think about all the issues that they're facing in their countries back home. So you're not doing so much good by re-implementing all these fears and traumas and feelings of lack of support and security. Many Muslims are struggling so hard to integrate in this community because of the stigma and because of fear and discrimination and racial profiling because of such policies. So I think that you need to give it another thought before you think about implementing such a thing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Devika, and I am a resident of Oakland. I'm here alongside other members of ASATA, the Alliance of South Asians Taking Action, which is a Bay Area-wide South Asian community organization. I want to start by saying thank you so much for your patience, everyone who's here. I know I've been here since Tuesday, so it feels like a long time. It's almost Wednesday now. So thank you for sticking in there to listen to all of us. In the interest of time, I'm not going to make my full comments, but I just wanted to make 2 short points. One is, I live in Oakland, I work in Oakland, and I'm privileged to own a home in Oakland. But most importantly, I love Oakland. I hope that all of you do too. I hope all of you care deeply about Oakland the way I do. And if you do, and if you want to see the city flourish, please save the millions of dollars that you would need to spend to build and maintain the Spy Center and invest it in the education system. Invest it in public parks and public transport. Invested in putting youth in gardens, not in prisons. Put them in art and theater and community. Thank you. Put them in art classes. Put them in theater classes. Don't spy on them. My second point is also very short and simple. I'm here as a Hindu. And I want to say that Hindus will not stand by while our Muslim brothers and sisters are targeted and profiled. The temples will not sit still while the mosques are spied upon. And the temples and the Hindus cannot support those who support the spying on our Muslim brothers and sisters. So please don't let your legacy be one of racial profiling and mass surveillance. Let the people who look back on your tenure as city council members be proud that you stood with, not against your constituents, and said no to the DAC.
Good evening. I think I'm the last speaker here, so thanks for the honor, everyone. My name is Masroor Malik. I'm a Muslim of Pakistani/Afghan/Iraqi origin. Handful, hence my pain is about 5 times greater when we went and killed those innocent Iraqis and then Afghanis and then Pakistanis in several ways that I'll talk about briefly. But so I don't want to talk about personal anecdotes or even secondhand anecdotes of civil rights violations after 9/11 or even prior to. I even know of stories in the 90s when people were flying and were getting profiled, especially with the name Khan. There was a Israeli airline that was functioning out of here. They were profiling people. I think it was called Tower A or something. They were profiling people as early as 95, stopping people at the airport. And I personally can attest to that. So I won't talk about that. I won't talk about also, oh, my cell phone died. I also won't talk about other anecdotes or the ethics of spying. We all know it's wrong. We heard many of you talk about it tonight earlier. I, however, would like to talk about or remind you all about how this has dangerous precedent for the rest of the world. I don't know how many of you in here know about what happened after 9/11 in countries like Russia, India, and other places where all of those oppressive governments, some of them were democratic or pseudo-democratic. Anyone can see, since I'm the last. Anyone? Thank you. Two. Okay. Those oppressive powers or omnibus laws were used against Kashmiris, Chechens, and such. I won't get into that either, but it was unintended, perhaps not so unintended by the neocons, fallout from those policies. So that's history, but a pretty relevant history because it affects partly why we're here. I also would like to remind you about what follows the surveillance, i.e. what happens in countries like India and Russia with the spying, and more importantly, more relevantly, in country like Israel, where that spying is used heavily. In fact, the controller or the station manager, I believe, of Tel Aviv was appointed Boston Airport chief overnight after 9/11. So we know the connection between spying and civil rights violation. We also know the connection between between what follows, which is the drones and how it's used or will be or can be used potentially by the police. But lastly, I would remind you of any more. Thank you.
Actually,
lastly, I would remind you what happens after drones, or the human cost of drone, obviously. In countries like Pakistan, which we have declared illegal war on for the last 10 plus years, the corrupt dictators of Pakistan did not protest. They would say one thing in public over there, much like what's going on here tonight, and behind the scene they gave land in Balochistan to the CIA and others, and we were sitting in Arizona, much like using a remote by killing people.
Move to extend the meeting past midnight. Thank you. Sorry, just we had to do that procedurally. Sorry.
Second, coincidentally, Arizona is the place where the literature for Taliban was printed and sent to Afghanistan. So thousands of my brothers and sisters are either collateral damage or unintended targets, as we would call here tonight, but that's the reality. And lastly, very lastly, I would like to remind you all about the collective power that we have as a country, both politically, economically, and democratically, which is at stake here, which can be used for good. And a footnote to that, even though that's being abused, but let's all be reminded that about the individual power that we all have, that no other country in the world enjoys. So let's use that power tonight, now, and let's use it before it's too late. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Pena. I come in front of you guys to let you know that born and raised here in this country, in San Francisco, and came from a lot of struggles, living in the Mission District, overcame the drugs, overcame the gangs, to educate myself, to not only just educate myself, getting a high school diploma and putting myself into college, but to also to one day sit in a seat just like you guys amongst yourselves. And so I took that initiative to become the president of student government here at City College of San Francisco, currently. And as we know that there's a lot of issues that dealing with our school. And so I here remind myself as you guys that I was elected by the students. And as being elected by the students, just as well as you guys were elected by the people, I remind myself that how important it is to make decisions of what the people voted us to be in these positions, of what is important for them and what will be benefit for them, not to implement something that will destroy not just communities, but families and human beings that are struggling already itself. And so remind yourself as you make this final decision how important it is for the people to be conscious and to think what's right and not doing what's wrong and say no to that. Thank you.
Hi, I didn't hear my name called. I'm Mary Madden. I'm with the, I'm consolidating 3 items, 12, 14, and 15. And first of all, I'd like to say it's really beautiful to see all of these people who have come out. We started off small, and now we've seen the whole of Oakland come together on this issue, and I hope you really understand how important that is. I'm with the Oakland Privacy Working Group, and after all these months of so many of us fighting the Domain Awareness Center, there are many things we know. We know that Homeland Security is creating a domestic surveillance agency with your help if you approve this. We know that Homeland Security is enrolling our brave firefighters as spies for the surveillance state. We know that the people of color, Muslims, women, and undocumented people and the poor will be targeted for surveillance. And we know that city staff has no problem lying to you and plotting to circumvent any privacy policy you put in place. One thing we don't know, and I would appreciate it if you would ask Mr. Baig, on the January 28th council meeting, when Councilmember McElhaney asked about ongoing costs for the DAC, Mr. Baig replied that that would depend on the return on investment of the DAC. And I'd like to know exactly what return on investment means for a domain awareness center. And I think I do know what it means. A November 2012 Bay Area UASI document states that our local fusion center, the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, or NCRIC, in 2011 generated a return on investment of $991 in drugs and assets seized for every dollar invested. In 2012, the Director of National Intelligence recognized NCRIC as a national model for fusion centers. So their ROI is coming from seized assets. I don't know if you know much about civil asset forfeiture. There was a very important article about it in the New Yorker magazine. It's called Taken by Sarah Stillman in the August 2013 issue. Everyone should read this article. Under civil forfeiture, Americans who have not been charged with any crime can be stripped of their cash, cars, and even their homes. This piece details a story in which information from a fusion center, the Arizona Counterterrorism Information Center, was used to steal all the belongings from an Iraqi immigrant. Police departments use civil asset forfeiture to buy things like fancy SUVs and helicopters. They also pay for their overtime when they're doing things like crushing dissent. We've seen cars snatched from people's front yards here in Oakland. I'm very concerned that Oakland Police, Lieutenant Poirier, has requested the DAC include tax databases to be fed into the DAC. I'm very concerned that OPD is planning to use this information to help them seize people's assets. Fusion centers make their return on investment by robbing people. Please do not let Homeland Security put an outpost of their domestic surveillance agency in Oakland, and do not let the people be robbed by asset forfeiture. Do not sell out port workers whose pickets are monitored by DAC and the Coast Guard with a port-only DAC. No. Vote no. Vote for number 3. No DAC. Thank you.
Greetings. This is the first time I ever came in here.
And your name, sir?
Marnell. That's it.
I don't believe I have a card for you. Did you say?
Well, you did. It's Mar-L. It's on the ticket. And as I came in here, I noticed the United Nations flag. And I learned a lot of things in the last 5 years. I was studying law. And it all began with the Articles of Confederation, which precedes the U.S. Constitution. And I noticed in the Articles of Confederation that it listed that all states were individual nations that did not confer any rights to the United States, which a lot of people in here don't know that the United States is just District of Columbia and its property alone. So I'm trying to understand, as I look at these flags and they have gold trim around them, which places them in a military, under military rule. And then you got a United Nations flag, and I don't recall seeing California Republic ever signed on to the United Nations. But you as fiduciary trustees should be aware of this, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, correct? Especially your attorney up here. So allowing Homeland Security in this area is a violation of somebody's oath up in here. Somebody's. And particularly you, Ms. Mayor, because you went to the United States and asked for this funding. Yeah, I remember that in November. I seen that on the news, and I was wondering, why are you going to the United States to ask President Obama, who's president of a corporation that was founded November 27th, I think 1872, a municipal corporation, asking them for aid, federal dollars from the Federal Reserve Bank, which is privately owned by the Rothschilds, the Crown of England? Where is that in the jurisdiction of Northern America, absent of the United States, in all capitals, which makes it insulagus? It's a fiction. It has a fictitious, it should be a fictitious statement on record down at the recorder's office, even for this new surveillance thing.
Sir, your time has lapsed.
Of course it is. Of course it is, because I'm getting to the root, because we're going to find out who owns what.
Could you
That's what I want y'all to do.
wrap it up to
I want y'all to get a DVD called Invisible Empire. Invisible Empire. Get that DVD, and a book called They Own It All, including you. And get really clear on the law and what's going on here. Because these are foreign corporations that are trying to enslave souls under fiction names, colorful names. And that would put you in violation of what, the California Penal Code 422.6? That I'm ending this.
I didn't hear my name called, even though I have receipts. I'm wondering what happened to the record keeping for that.
From what I can tell, people just began to come forward. So give me your name and what you have.
My name is, I didn't hear my name, and it's right here.
What is your name?
Abdul Kareem Khan, Kareem Khan, Watner Khan.
We haven't.
Okay,
and what's the other
also
name that you have?
Yeah, I didn't hear it called, though, so I'm a system engineer, so I'm wondering what's wrong with the system. So I'm going to give a critique of the system, because I pay a lot of money through my investors and the companies we have into the system. And when it breaks, we replace parts. So I have time for these two, and I'd like to get some more time because I have some information to share. First piece of information is there's been a lot of discussion about stuff people here really don't know what they're talking
What are the names? Could you please say the names?
It's Kareem, Akon. I can give it to a staff member who actually wants to do their job, and they can check it before I start speaking. So we have a system.
You don't need to, what's the other one?
Lalonde. I have the receipts.
Okay, go ahead.
The third piece of. So I'm just giving you information so you can check and have checks and balances. Is that okay? And I'd like a little bit more time after that. Yeah. Can we come to an understanding on that before I start? All right, cool. All right, fine. Yeah. So I have a check digit. That's how the internet works. You check things. So the reality is, the system they came up and lied to you about, and he lied to you. I said this is a network engineer who built the systems the internet work on. He lied to you first because GPS, the system used to find location for the police, works from satellites. It finds people within 6 meters. You know why I know that? Because my family, who served in the military for 8 generations, used it to target bombs in the Air Force. And to keep aircraft carriers and submarines on target, and people don't die that way. So you're full of shit. I'm going to say that because people's lives are on the line. And I'll be willing to take you down to our friends at Google in the Maps area, and the guys who built Google Street Maps, who are from Oakland, 510 Consulting, and sold the technology to Google. They're in the Berkeley incubator called the Skydeck at Center and Shattuck. So I'm not going to tell you anything I can't prove. And we've had enough talk. We've had enough posturing. We've had enough people being able to fulfill their constituencies and keep the money flowing. I know I pay a lot out. What we need to get to is truth and evidence. The truth is, Morgan Stanley and the other banks who own the port and have all of the financing in your bond measures are trying to force you to pay for stuff they don't want to pay for. They want you to whip these people in line so they keep maximizing profits, and then they want to make more money in the fusion centers. The reason I know about the fusion centers, I was an advisor for the InfoGuard. I'm out the North Carolina one. I also know they bullshitted you about the actual data, about what's going to happen, about their communications. They haven't even agreed on the data protocol they use. It's clear the one that the actual Association of Northern California Governments use. That's the one I went to an actual nice little seminar here. The FBI, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Army, the Air Force, and the Marines talked about how they would respond in a real earthquake. How they had 72 hours to get people in here by plane. How they could reach communications and see it all, and they walked us through it. If you'd like, I'll email you the presentations. I'll actually take you to the office and give you the information. And there are people here, literally in your building, 30 tech people who are working what's called a cyber brigade. It's only happening in your office in room 127 every Tuesday, the same day you have your meeting. I mean, it's kind of hard to find. I know you'd have to Google it. So the other issue, and this is the other lie they've told you, is that you don't have the choice and power to stop this. You do. There's an interesting little thing called eminent domain. If they do not want to restructure the financing and they want to threaten you, and I'm going to call out who's doing it, Jerry Brown and Kathleen Brown. The people who stole all our redevelopment money when they went to Sacramento, and they think they can come back. He just said it last Thursday in a Chronicle, and he can't come back to Oakland, by the way, because there's interesting information about the buildings he built with Jubilee West down in Jack London Square, which he owned. So if you want to get dirty, I'm a Chicago guy. We can play on any side of the street we want. I respect the law, I observe the law, but we're here first to uphold the rights of people. And the law is over everyone. Justice is over everyone. And power is not the sole domain of those who hold money. The concern we have, and I understand your position, you have to meet economic realities in a budget framework. We have that same issue. That's why businesses in the business improvement districts have chosen to pay 2% more. And there are 15,000 other businesses in America that are doing this to give you the discretionary control of the resources, not the police departments, not the armies, not the contractors, not any of them. That's how they're rebuilding San Francisco on 9th and Market, where Twitter is. They didn't go hire some security guards and pay $2 million to the police like our friend in Bloomberg in New York did. They actually hired people from the community, unarmed or non-lethally armed, who were accountable to actually secure the area.
Sir,
you can do the same thing.
Can
someone else give me some time? No, hold up. There are rules, and if we don't uphold them, we can't hold other people accountable.
So, Madam Chair and members of the body, the last speaker actually made a very good point in that at some point when your citizens began to come forward, and they were coming forward out of the order that they were called, no names were called. So I have a batch of names that I can call just to finalize the remaining names, and then that will cover everyone. So can we do that?
Yeah.
Robert Goodfellow, John Repulos, Tara Fry, Ibrahim, and I can't make out the last name, I'm sorry. Ibrahim Moss already spoke. Shama Helmi, Mohammed Ali Sheikh, Azer, Melissa Mani, Max Allstat, Miriam Lipschitz, Barbara, or Bancha or Barbara Peller, Janet Wheel, Kelly Johnson. We just want to put the names on record so that no one's denied an opportunity to speak.
So they can fix
Nora Khoury, Ruby Ruelas, Michael Rufo, Michael George Wilson, Carol Wolfe, Superbill, Francesca Manning, Greg Epstein, Richard Clark, Kevin Dolly, Philip Wolf Reese, Martin Macaroon, Masa Sarare, Mohammed Ahmed, Abraham Clark, Saliha Shakir, Arthur Middleton, and Abbas Darub. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. So those would be the names that didn't get called, although many have already come forward before being called.
All right. So, sir, your time has elapsed. So would you please relinquish the mic?
Can I take 30 seconds to wrap up, if you don't mind?
Did you say 12 seconds?
Well, because actually, when you started, I was asking questions, so you took some of the time I actually used from 3:30 to 3:07.
Sir, you have really gone on a long time.
To figure out how to fix your system. So I'd like that back.
Okay, you can have 20 seconds.
I did give you 30 seconds to
20
fix
seconds.
your system.
Miss, would you roll 20 seconds?
No, this is negotiation. I gave you 30
No,
seconds.
it is not a negotiation, sir.
All right, so here's what I'm going to say. What? I'm going to leave you with some three options.
Sir, you're done. We are trying to treat everybody the same. You have had two seated times.
Okay, you said 5 minutes.
You've gone way over your time already.
Did you say 5 minutes? You said initially in the beginning.
No, we didn't. It was 3.5 minutes.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true, but that's okay. If you want us to take the point of view that you're not going to be honest, I have no problem reacting and acting off of that. That's not a problem for me because I have recourse. So what I'll say is this. If you're sincere about solving your problem, which is a structural budget that you don't control, we're willing to help you fix that. If you're sincere about discharging your responsibility to actually uphold your position, we're here to support you to the hilt with that. If not, we can get rid of you quick. Sorry about your time.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Robin Goodfellow. Can you hear me?
No, we cannot.
Whoop. I'm Robin Goodfellow.
Okay.
Last week, Manzanita School put out a request on Glen Friends for books and paper. Last year, Fruitvale School ran out of toilet paper before the end of the year. Last week, Glenview School had to have a readathon to pay for music and art. If the city can afford $1 million a year for spy eyes, they can afford books for children's eyes.
Okay. All right. So, seeing no further people come forward, I think we've finally heard from everybody who signed up to speak. So, thank you. Now, we will go to the council members. Councilmember Gallo, you are in the queue.
Yes, I'll go ahead and go first. Let me first express my appreciation to all of you that are here. Getting to the point, Madam President, you made a motion, put a motion on the floor. Can you restate that motion?
I could, but actually, well, technically speaking, Ms. Brooks put a motion on the floor, and so, but I don't know, but mine wasn't seconded. Ms. Brooks was yours.
Hers wasn't seconded.
So if we're just talking about possible motions,
well, I'm asking you, are you going to restate your motion and put it on the floor?
I can.
And if you do, then I will second your motion.
Okay.
Okay.
It's long. Yeah.
For the record, I think you have to.
Okay. The motion, the gist of the motion was that we would retain what was in the Phase 1 portion of the DAC, and as to the Phase 2, the specific systems are called out that are, and they are mainly port related and having to do with earthquakes, and they are all itemized. And then it says that there shall not be, and that the addition of any new capability or data source, including but not limited to new surveillance or security sensor systems, new components of existing surveillance or security sensor systems, or analytics capability shall require approval of the City Council, including confirmation of compliance by the DAC and all city and port data sources with the city's privacy and data retention policy to the extent allowed by law. There's another further resolve. This resolution does not commit any operational funding for the DAC at this time, but to the extent that staff brings any requests for funding in the future, such requests shall include a fair share contribution from the Port of Oakland. That's the general gist, but I think
and I'll second that motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to.
Yeah. So Mr. Gallo, you are seconding that, and Councilmember Brooks.
I'd like to put a substitute motion on the floor.
All right. Go ahead.
I put forth my list of items, and hopefully everybody has a copy. I'm not going to go over every aspect of it. There are two things that I want to do with respect to the motion that I'm putting forward. One is under Phase 2, I would add a bullet that says any news feeds and alerts other than U.S. Coast Guard notifications, State Warming Center, Homeland Security information alerts, CAL FIRE alerts, FEMA news releases, or California Department of Fish and Games. Those are the ones that are listed on the sheet and address the issue around social, I'm at a loss for words, social media. The other thing that I'm open to is on the CAD system, but I still believe the RMS system should be taken out. I think that a protocol can be developed that would trigger something and put the dispatch that's required in, and I can't see why we can't work on that. And then from your resolution, I would add in the language the two further resolves.
Okay.
That would be the motion.
Okay.
Could I request one friendly amendment?
And has someone seconded that? Ms. Brooks' motion?
Can I request a friendly amendment?
Go ahead,
The further resolve that says this resolution does not commit any operational funding for the DAC at this time, but to the extent that staff brings any request for funding in the future, such request shall include a fair share contribution from the Port of Oakland. And can we add?
Oh, your language about the staffing.
And an option with no city staffing, no additional city staffing.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
You want to say? With that, I would be willing to second your motion.
Mr. Kolb.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a question of the fire department, but while they're coming up, I just wanted to get a clarification on, this is probably obvious, but Councilman Brooks, on your motion, just you mentioned something, you have several bullet points here, numbered points here, and then it says, the second to last one says, city administrator shall negotiate a contract with Schneider Electric based on 1 through 7 above, but number 6 above is the data retention and privacy policy. You're not intending for Schneider Electric to manage the data. Okay,
by no means.
Okay. All right. So just to clarify that it's not the intention of this motion for Schneider Electric to manage the data retention development policy. That should be obvious, but I want to make sure that's clear. Okay, but that's not my question. My question is of the fire department's staff here. When we toured, when we came, I guess, in pairs, and you answered some questions, and we saw parts of the Domain Awareness Center at the EOC, there was I asked some questions about emergency preparedness or response, I guess, and you had something about you or one of the other your colleague there talked about. Let's see if I'm getting this right. If there is a major fires or an earthquake, and we're trying to have a response right afterwards, and that prior to this facility being in operation, that you had to kind of wait for people to call in and then dispatch and try to get information, and it was coming in took a lot of time. And could you explain how this system, as it has already up there, you said something about you get information more quickly and have a better response time for these disasters. Can you explain that to me again? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start talking, and hopefully I'll go into the direction to answer your question. And I believe we were talking, Councilmember Cobb, Teresa DeLoach-Reed, Fire Chief.
Be closer to the mic.
I believe what we were talking about at the time was the use of the DAC during a major emergency.
Yeah.
And we talked about how that system could be used, just say, for instance, there was a major earthquake. And we talked about I believe the AVL system, the automatic vehicle locators that are located within the fire apparatus, and how they would be able to plot up on the map, within the EOC. We talked about how the incidents would be able to plot them on the map within the EOC. And instead of when people call in to go through the fire dispatch center and then come out, this information could come directly to the EOC. So that communication would be much faster versus the venue of going through dispatching out. Right now, the way it should set up is if there was a major earthquake, the fire department would really have its own mini department operation center, and then there would be the EOC that would direct operations throughout the whole city. So that communications and deployment of resources through that would be much quicker than just trying to manage it on our own.
Thank you. And so given that we had a motion and now a substitute motion, which there's a lot of overlap, but they're different, I was wondering if somebody either the fire chief or somebody else on staff could tell me if what you just described is part of both these motions, or if it's taken out in one of them, because I'm not clear. Do you understand my question? And I don't know if anybody else who on staff could best answer that question, but this is an important question.
I may need some help, because what I don't have in front of me is that list of items that we have placed in the motion.
Right. Well, there's two motions here, and I would like somebody, maybe while someone else is asking questions, if somebody could, I want to be clear that is one of these motions causing us to lose this capability, which I think is very important about emergency response time. And if not, then okay, then they're both included. But if one of them is included and one's not, I want you to think about it carefully and give me an accurate answer. Don't just guess.
So, I'm sorry, what was that last statement?
I'm sorry?
What was that last statement?
No, I'm just saying that think about it carefully in terms of these two motions and see if one is, yes, it's included and one is not. Make sure you're right, and then tell me what the answer is.
Okay. Can I step away for a minute?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you.
Talk with the staff.
Mr. Kolb, could I just, so as to the phase 2, I think that both these motions are the same, because I'm not, are you taking something out of phase 2? Yeah. I mean, as far as the new things?
In phase 2, the RMS system and the CAD are in I'm sorry?
Oh, okay, and the restrictions on the news feed. But if you, for instance, the port GIS, the port vessel tracking system.
Everything else, with the exception of those two items, remains.
The CAD and the RMS is what you're on. Yeah, I see. So you're very clear.
No, I'm trying to.
Okay.
She's
all right.
Got that clear.
All right. And Ms. Brooks, were you? I know you absolutely want to take out the RMS, but would you consider leaving in the CAD, based on what they said? What the computer-aided dispatch?
Well, I did say that. The clerk asked whether or not I said the CAD at the port, and what I have asked consistently is why couldn't there be a protocol that said after so many calls trigger that information would feed into the system. I'm not saying exclude it outright, but there's more information than just what the port indicates. I'd also, the speaker from the ACLU indicated that there's state law, and so through the chair to staff, has that state law been looked at with respect to the use of data? And if so, what's the explanation on it?
But that was RMS. That was as to RMS, like the arrest records in the RMS, I think, that she was talking about the state law.
Was it only in the RMS?
I think so, because CAD is just calls for service. Yeah,
but could lead to other things as well, and that's a part of the issue. That's why I didn't understand why a protocol couldn't be established. So if 5 calls came into the system all about the same emergency, then it would trigger and go to the Domain Awareness Center. But I think we're getting hung up on something that isn't going to impair safety.
I think that they're ready to answer my question, if that's okay.
Are they?
I just want to attempt to speak a little more about the CAD system. And
is this relating to my question?
I believe it will get us there.
Okay, thank you.
With the CAD system, I think it's important not just that we're getting information about a particular call, but it's also necessary for the DAC to have information of other calls that are going on with the city. Therefore, we're able to manage the resources better. So it's not just being able to monitor a single event. It's really being able to monitor the events that are going on within the city. And so when you look at these two motions, if we are able, I believe they are all very similar, but we're still having this discussion about CAD and RMS. The CAD system is very important to us. The RMS system is something that we are willing to go without.
Okay,
But I still want to get an answer to my question.
I believe there's, with the two motions, the only thing that will prevent us from doing what I talked about is if we eliminate the CAD portion. I mean, we could work around it, but it would be quicker if we were to maintain the CAD portion.
Okay, so that said, just to make sure Councilman Brooks understands this, I can't vote for that motion unless we add that one particular thing back in. I just want to be clear about that. Thank you very much for answering that question. I just want to close by saying that genuine emergency response is very important. One of the key purposes of this, we are going to have a major earthquake. It's not a matter of if, it's when. And if there's technology that can be used to help improve response, we shouldn't throw that away. Thank you.
So, all right. Ms. Brooks.
I want to, through the chair to the chief, please come back up. What's the protocol at the OEC currently? Don't we have teams or representatives from just about every department come to the center in an emergency?
Correct.
Including dispatch?
Police typically has a dispatch that comes through. Fire dispatch, because it's just a couple of floors below, stays down.
Step a little closer, I can hardly hear.
Fire dispatch stays within their location because they're just 2 floors below. And we typically have radios up that
fire dispatch is 2 floors below. They aren't across the city. They're 2 floors below. So I'm at a loss as to why. And a part of what was explained to me at my DAC demonstration was that we'd have radios there.
Okay, so let me see if I can explain it.
Yes, please.
And so as calls are getting dispatched through 2 floors below, that information showing that dispatch can be displayed up on the 3rd floor in the DAC. Instead of then the dispatch and then for some method, whether it's a phone call, whether it's a text message, whatever is used to get that information up to the EOC. And so that's the beauty of the CAD system, because that information could be displayed out in different areas. Dispatch generates it. It could be displayed in the DAC. It could be displayed out in the rigs. And so everyone knows what units are responding, what incident they're responding to. So it's it's the results of dispatch. It's not the actual dispatching of calls.
May I ask a clarifying question? So we're talking about an emergency, and during an emergency, we would stand up the EOC, correct?
Correct.
During an emergency, that room would no longer be the Domain Awareness Center. It would be the EOC, right?
Correct.
And so the difference between what happens during the EOC, when we stand up, we recognize that there's an emergency and there's a whole different protocol that comes on. There's a big difference between that and the Domain Awareness Center, where this information is streaming constantly. It is available at all times. And I am comfortable with you leaving the CAD out, because until we have a privacy policy in place, until we have data retention policies in place, I do not feel comfortable with moving forward with information, surveillance, data about things outside of the port area until we have those protections in place.
The CAD is not surveillance.
And it's information about the whole city. It's information that exists outside of the port. It could have victim names in it. It could have all sorts of information in it that is outside of the relevance of the port.
The
now,
CAT,
we so anyway, that's kind of where I am. The EOC could still have an opportunity to have a protocol where information comes in when the EOC gets stood up. So I just want to be sure that we keep on separating those two issues. When there's a major disaster, we stand up the EOC.
can I speak to, can I make clarification? I just want to clarify the information that comes through the CAD. Information that comes through the CAD does not give personal information, individual's name. There's still, privacy there that we all, through the fire service, is called a HIPAA, that we have to follow. So you would get an address, you would get the call number of the resources that are responding to the incident. It is really no difference if you were to turn on your radio and listen to the dispatch, which through the computer that anyone can download an app to hear the dispatches throughout the city in regards to fire. And so the CAD really just provides responders information of where you're going, what type of incident that you are responding to, and what resources are responding with you. And
Can
so
you speak to
can,
fire? I mean, to police, CAD, because that's
I'm
fire.
speaking to fire.
Right. So can somebody speak what information is collected through police, CAD?
Yeah, it's the same information. So the CAD data is the same. If a call comes in, it's just as if you're listening to the radio. The dispatcher broadcasts information. It's typed in about location, the type of call, and then that information would be brought into the DAC. So it's the same type of information.
No names, no descriptions.
Well, I don't know exactly I don't know if you can talk to that.
Yeah, so the scope of the CAD integration we're looking at is more from the situational awareness perspective. We're looking at only the call for service, the officer arrival, the time, the dispatch, all the different timestamps and all the different resources applied, the type of incident, if there are multiple incidents within the vicinity, all that situational awareness will be provided through the DAC. That's really what we're looking for. So when we talk about the CAD system, we are collecting hundreds and hundreds of information fields. Not all of those pieces of information will be transferred to DAC because we are talking about this domain awareness center. So someone was talking about earlier transferring the crime report or the rap sheet. None of that information will be available in the DAC because DAC is all about situational awareness. Anything to do with the record management system, with the criminal justice information system, that will stays within the record management system. So only a subset of information which is critical for first responders to make a decision on the spot will be transferred to the police and fire, to the DAC.
Then why does it say on page 6 of the supplemental that system that tracks incidents, dispatches, and includes all incident reports, records, and details? That goes beyond what you said.
Not all the information, because again, if you start transferring all the information.
I'm reading from the report you guys provided. I didn't
Yes,
write
that is true. So it was. So the CAD system and the RMS system, as I said earlier, we are not transferring all the information to the DAC system. So only part of information will transfer to the DAC.
I'm looking at page 6. Of the supplemental. It says system that tracks incidents, dispatches, and includes all incident records and details.
And so, Councilmember Brooks, on page 6, item 5. So item 4 refers to the
police and fire CAD data.
Correct.
And that's what we're talking about.
Right. So
people.
that is what I think what's important that we have a clear distinction between the information that is provided through the CAD system and the information that you can pull out through the RMS system.
I'm not talking about RMS. I'm reading specifically from the report that staff drafted.
Okay.
Not me, and it specifically says this. So I didn't make this up.
So it states that the system that tracks incidents, dispatches, and includes all incident records and details. And so when you talk about details, you can talk about what Asan just mentioned in regards to dispatch time. You can talk about the details of the different resources that come through. I'm just trying to see, from there how they defined it, but I know that there's a clear difference between the CAD and the RMS. Okay.
All right. So we have some other speakers in the queue. What? Okay. So, Councilmember Kaplan, you are next.
So I've heard various descriptions in terms of whether this is proposed to be up and being monitored and staffed 24/7 or not. Can somebody clarify that?
I'm sorry, what's the question again?
There was various mention as to whether this DAC would be up and running and staffed and being watched on a 24/7 basis or something other than that. Can you explain?
Well, we will be doing a staffing study. The Port has commissioned a staffing study using some of the Port Security Grant Round 13 money over the next 2 months. It will be a collaborative effort with fire and police at the city to determine some staffing options, some scalable staffing options, minimal or fully robust, capable domain awareness center. So we'll be coming back to you with those options and the cost of those options in the next 2 months.
And is it true that for it to be functioning at any moment, it needs 3 personnel to be functioning?
Well, it would need at least 1 to be functioning, and 3 would be the optimum capability for it to be functioning, yes.
And does that include an IT staff person that would be part of that vision for the optimal staffing?
The watch standards would not necessarily include an IT person. The watch standards are the operations watch standards. There'd have to be IT support for the system.
And who would be paying for the IT support for the system?
For the first year of the grant up through May, or for the 9-10 Phase 2 grant, it would be funded by the Port Security Grant Program through May of 2015.
Okay, so is the grant currently reimbursing the City of Oakland for our IT staff?
No, it is not.
So it is, in fact, the City of Oakland that's paying for the IT work,
the City
not
of
the grant.
The City of Oakland pays for its IT staff, yes.
So the City of Oakland, which, as we've discussed previously, is disastrously underfunded in IT staff and has non-working police radios, is both providing the staff and paying for them to do the IT work.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Okay, I think that was a yes. That the City of Oakland is both taking IT staff away from fixing police radios, fixing other systems, and is not being reimbursed for providing the IT staff.
Yeah,
unless that's not right, and somebody wants to tell me that's not right, that's my understanding of what's going on, that we are both providing the staff, which we can't afford to cut from other IT projects, and we're not being financially reimbursed for doing so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So Port Security Grant does include the IT maintenance. And that's what we have, asked in the scope of work for Phase 2, is to include the maintenance and support provided by the contractor for next 2 years.
Okay, but we are not currently being reimbursed for our current IT staff.
No, we are not.
Okay. And what's the amount of time, if the DAC is turned off and not staffed, what's the amount of time it would take to turn it on and have it be functioning?
I think we're looking at sometime in October this year, the system to be turned on.
No, I'm sorry. Any given moment that it's not on,
right?
How much time does it take to warm it up, turn it on, get it up and running
Oh, it's a matter of really minutes, less than an hour, to turn the system on.
Okay, somebody else told me it was about an hour. Does that sound accurate?
Yes,
so
less than
it's
an
about
hour.
an hour.
Mm-hmm.
What's that got to do with anything? What's
If the point is that this is the system we use when there is a bomb at the airport and it takes an hour to turn it on, then it is not a system we could use if there's a bomb at the airport.
So I guess I just want to clarify.
Was it's always on.
I just want to clarify. I'm talking about right now. So I guess I misunderstood your question, Councilman Kaplan. I thought that you were asking how long does it take for me to turn the system on. So it takes less than an hour for me. It takes less than an hour for me or my staff to turn the system on. If we have the 24/7 system up and running, then of course there is zero time because the system is really on all the time.
And that decision hasn't yet been made.
Of course. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Are you through, Ms. Kaplan? Mayor Kwan, do you want to speak?
Can I ask the chief to come up, please? Chief went. So could we get to the question about what the CAD system actually has? My understanding is that the CAD is what lets the dispatchers and others know where the other cars are in the area, the locations of the other cars or service people, and has incident information, but doesn't necessarily have the whole police report. So could you explain what it means here when it says it includes the incident details?
All right, so a CAD incident gets generated when somebody calls 911 or calls the non-emergency line. It's essentially then a running cron log of information provided by either the caller or by responding units, whether they be fire or police, doesn't matter. So it's a noted cron log with all time noted. Whatever gets put out over the radio, dispatcher types in, that becomes part of the incident details, and then whatever information a caller would provide would be part of the incident details. Obviously, that's not going to be as detailed as whatever, when the officers get to the scene and take statements from witnesses and write a lengthy crime report. It's far more detailed than is in a 20-second 911 call. So it's bare bones details, what's told to 911 and whatever.
Will you explain why you think that's important and why it's important for the safety of your officers or firefighters?
Well, all right. So ultimately, officers responding to emergencies need as much information as they could possibly get, right? So now, and you have multiple callers calling in on the same incident, so you want to get that information out to the responding staff on scene. So I mean that's the data that we're talking about in CAD incident details. It's not private information. It's not really detailed stuff. It's really first responder information.
So all I would just like to say, I'm very concerned. Both the fire chief and the police chief are really asking to be able to keep the CAD capability. Again, it is an issue of minutes and seconds in these incidents sometimes, and I would hope that you would at least respect that.
Thank you. I'm going to speak I do want to acknowledge the very eloquent and heartfelt and thoughtful and intelligent comments that have been made this evening, and I don't think there's anybody on the City Council who wants to be doing surveillance and tracking of political dissidents, people in the Muslim community. Obviously that's not what we intend. I know many of you think that that's what will happen even if we don't intend it. But I'm going to get back to the nitty-gritty of where we are. With regard to the motions on the floor, Ms. Brooks, if you would be willing to allow the police and fire CAD data, system to remain in, I would withdraw my motion, and I think there would be the support to have it pass. I am convinced, listening to the police and fire chief, that the CAD system that calls for service really will be useful to them. And the other things in your motion, I think I'm fine with supporting. And another way, and you do rein it in to the port, and so if you would consider that, I would withdraw my motion.
So I'm through the chair to the IT person, Hassan. Is there a way to decouple the port CAD from the rest of the city?
We use the same CAD system throughout the city.
My question is whether or not we can decouple it.
No. It will be extremely hard for each and every call to be geocoded, and georeference is going to be integration on the CAD side and as well as on the DAC side, on the PSIM side. The interface, what we have on part of the statement of work proposed by Schneider, is the standard commercial off-the-shelf interface linking with the Motorola CAD system. So it will be very hard to really limit that to port, because again, with the same CAD system, same first responders, there is no geographical distinction in the jurisdictions on the mapping side.
So if I may, through the chair to Councilmember Brooks's question, the port does not have their own independent CAD system. The first responders for the port are so there's no way to separate them. So
that was just a question. Through the chair to the seconder of my motion.
What a look.
Are you okay with that?
Can I ask one last question? Could you filter it by zip code? Because there's one zip code that's almost entirely port. It has, I think, no residents. If my memory, maybe the council member from District 3 can help us, but.
I don't know, and well, through the chair, in response to Councilmember Schaaf, the zip code of the port is shared by the residents in West Oakland, but the port properties and the port concerns are also District 7 concerns into the airport. So I don't know that you can geocode successfully to decouple the areas of concern that are vulnerable to attack.
I think that I guess I was just thinking because of the technical complexities, because even just a single call missing could be a very important call. Setting up all these filters and making changes in these CAD systems and these commercial off-the-shelf products, we are asking more risk from the data accuracy and reliability perspective. And
you know what, I would change the motion to put the CAD in, but prior to the activation of the Domain Awareness Center, staff would develop a clear definition of what's included in the CAD and a protocol for use of the information. That would be my amendment.
For purposes of keeping this motion alive, I will happily accommodate that.
All right.
Let's call the question.
Let us do that. Yes, we can do a roll call. Well, Larry asked for that. Oh, okay. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on Ms. Brooks' motion?
On the motion made by Councilmember Brooks, seconded by Councilmember Schaaf, with all of the amendments expressed already, Councilmember Brooks. Geyer.
No.
Gibson McElhaney.
No.
Cobb.
Aye.
Kaplan.
No.
Reed. Schaaf.
No.
I'm sorry, that was an aye. I'm sorry.
She said it was a no,
Oh, it was a no? Oh,
and I'm voting yes. Is that 4-4?
yes, and so the matter ties with Councilmember Kernahan voting aye. You have 4 noes, 4 ayes. According to the charter, through the chair to the city attorney, the mayor would be the tiebreaker on any matter that
Yes,
the council is evenly divided.
Yes, the mayor can break a tie.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a question.
Please.
Have you absolutely withdrawn your motion?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes. But there is a vote on the floor, and I voted for her motion, which I think is the only way that this thing is going to go forward. I don't think there are. I did not have the votes for my motion.
Okay. I vote yes.
And the mayor has cast an aye vote,
That's correct. That is correct.
and the item passes. Passes with 5 ayes, 4 no.
All right. Thank you all for being here.
I move item 15.
There is one more item.
I move item 15.
And there's a second by Brooks. Okay.
I can't hear anything.
And so the item was moved by Councilmember Brooks.
Item 15.
Item 15.
Item 15 is moved by Councilmember Brooks and seconded by
Councilmember Kaplan.
Councilmember Kaplan. All those in favor of item 15, the travel authorization, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Sorry, what are we voting on?
We're voting on item 15, the travel
I vote aye.
authorization.
I vote
Okay. All right. I think we had 8 ayes voting for the travel authorization for Ms. Brooks. That is the last item on the agenda. The meeting is adjourned. And we're going to close in memory.
The meeting will be adjourned in memory of the Mississippi Mayor, Jacksonville, Mississippi Mayor, Chokwe Lumumba, and Robert Best.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.